I'm going to start. Senate Committee on State Affairs will come to order. Clerk, call the roll.
Birdwell, Creighton, Estes, Lucio, here. Nelson, here. Schwartner, Zaffarini, Hughes, Huffman.
Present.
5 present.
All right, we have 5 present. There will be members coming and going. We have other committees going on. For those in the audience and those in the public wishing to testify, please complete a paper witness registration card located in the back of the chamber. For those submitting written testimony, please submit 15 copies with your name on each as stated in the public posting notice. Registration for testimony will close at 4 p.m. Should we complete these 2 bills prior to 4 p.m., we will recess and keep witness registration open until 4 p.m. Then at 4 p.m. we will return to finish any remaining witnesses and vote to make sure that the public has full access and that our posting reflected when they actually needed to be here. So we're doing things a little bit differently during special session to accommodate the public the best we can. So at this point, the chair lays out Senate Bill 5 and recognizes Senator Hancock to explain his legislation. Senator Hancock, you're recognized.
My turn, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. Senate Bill 5, as you know, is the mail-in ballot fraud prevention and penalties legislation. The state of Texas provides voting by mail accommodations for eligible individuals who are age 65 years or older, disabled, out of the county on election day and during the period of early voting by personal appearance or absentee or confined in jail by otherwise eligible. The mail ballot voting is a prime target for illegal voting and election fraud, as evidenced by the ongoing investigations in multiple Texas counties. For example, Dallas County, approximately 700 mail-in ballots from May municipal elections have been sequestered by the district attorney office due to suspicions of fraud, and that was a municipal election where we know the voter turnout is significantly less than a gubernatorial presidential. Often the victims of mail-in ballot fraud are the most vulnerable members of our communities, the elderly and the disabled. The right of every Texan's voter to cast his or her ballot must be protected. Senate Bill 5 adds language to the election code related to illegal voting, preservation of records, fraudulent use of application for ballot by mail, unlawful carrier envelope action by person other than the voter, method of returning marked ballot, unlawfully assisting voter voting ballot by mail, signature verification, notice of rejected ballot, and election fraud. The purpose of SB 5 is to crack down on the mail-in ballot fraud by providing enhanced protections for elderly and disabled voters, improving signature verification checks and balances, establishing new and enhanced penalties for convicted mail ballot fraud offenders, and creating notification requirements regarding rejected mail ballots. Senate Bill 5 has also been drafted to address the 3 primary stages of mail-in ballot fraud: the application for ballot by mail, harvesting or collecting of those ballots, and vote counting. Members, I did want to take a moment to clarify one particular point regarding records retention. If you look under Section 2, which is at the bottom of your first page, we modified language to require the precinct election records to be preserved for at least 22 months after the election day for all elections, which is in accordance with the federal law in an election involving a federal office. The language was a bit confusing as originally drafted, so I thank you for your opportunity to make its intent clear, and we'll also present an amendment on the floor to address the issue. The main thing there, we're changing a comma to a period. It just needed to be cleaned up a little bit, clarify the language. SB 5 does not in any way limit access to voting by mail accommodations for eligible individuals or make any changes to current eligibility requirements. Members in the United States, the right to vote is sacred. Any attempt to scam the system or to steal another American's vote must be addressed accordingly. We do have witnesses as well, both from the Office of Secretary of State as well as the Office of Attorney General.
Okay, let's show Senator Hughes is present. Are there any questions? Senator Zaffarini?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Hancock, on page 10 of your bill, lines 15 to 19, it says that a person commits an offense if the person knowingly or intentionally makes any effort to influence the independent exercise of the vote of another in the presence of the ballot or during the voting process. Does that include a spouse, helping a spouse, or discussing the ballot with a spouse, or say a child assisting an elderly parent or aunt or uncle?
No, Senator Zaffarini, if you look in the other components of the bill, in fact, we have it in different areas where family members are addressed within the legislation that allows that to occur.
Where is that?
Well, there's two different sections on it.
I know we haven't had much time with these bills, to say the least. That's okay, I'll find it, Senator.
Yeah, we have it in two different sections. It references the ability so that we clarify that family members are able to, as well as those residing in the same residence as where the mail-in ballot occurred.
And what do you say to people who worry that the enhanced penalties in the bill would result in reduced voter assistance and turnout within families?
Well, I think it will reduce illegal assistance, and those that are doing it legally have nothing to fear.
And you think the references to the family in the bill would clarify that?
That's why the purpose is there, not just family, but those that are residing in the same residence.
All right. And if it doesn't, would you work with me on an amendment to clarify that? If
Well,
it doesn't.
it's very clear in the bill, so
That's why, if it doesn't.
I can get you the exact section that's
But
located.
just in case it doesn't?
Yeah, but it is,
It
so
is.
we'll just clarify that with you.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't, I'll contact you. How's that?
Well,
The bill
we'll
also-
get you that before I leave,
Okay.
exactly what section that's in.
Okay, thank you. The bill also contains a penalty for misleading an election official, but not a penalty for intentionally misleading a voter. Would you accept an amendment that would provide criminal penalties, for instance, for the creation of a flyer that is distributed in minority communities to vote on the wrong date?
So while what it does clarify is that the only assistance that can be made is at the direction of the voter. So we address that issue maybe in a different terminology, but that issue is addressed already within the legislation.
All right, I'll look at it more closely, and again, if we think it doesn't, I'll contact you at least to see
Great.
if you'll work with us. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Hancock.
Thank you. And Senator Birdwell, we will show you present as well. We do have a quorum. Is there anyone else has questions of Senator Hancock? Okay, then we do have resource witnesses available. Keith Ingram from the Texas Secretary of State, if anyone has a technical question. So, Keith, if you'll stand by in case anyone has any as we go through this. That will open up public testimony on SB 5, and we'll call up our first panel, Cindy Weatherby, Alan Vera, Glenn Maxey, and Michael Openshaw.
Almost matters.
Almost met, yes.
Okay, do we have Cindy Weatherby here? All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Cindy Weatherby, and I'm testifying on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Texas in opposition to Senate Bill 5. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you today. You know, you've already talked about voting is at the very core of our organization. We speak representing the more than 5,000 members and supporters in the state, and through that we are certainly dedicated to ensuring that all of our eligible voters, particularly those that are traditionally from underserved and underrepresented communities, have the opportunity and the information to exercise their right to vote. We believe that SB 5 would result in the elderly and those with disabilities in particular fearing, as Senator Zaffarini mentioned, that they might intentionally do something wrong that could lead to imprisonment or a fine or choose not to vote at all. We do share your concerns about the mail-in ballot process. However, at the very end of the regular session, Chair Huffman addressed that issue, through amendments to 2 House bills that you may not be familiar with. The committee approved them, both houses passed those bills, and the governor signed House Bill 658 and House Bill 1735. They will respectively become law September 1st and January 1st. Perhaps the bill drafters didn't realize these penalty increases, including for mail-in ballot excesses or abuses, are already in play. The improvements in the mail-in ballot process for nursing homes and residential facilities and the increased penalties for deliberate vote harvesting by wrongdoers will be a sea change in addressing ballot abuse. We applaud you for that. Senate Bill 5's additional penalty increases appear to be compounding on those, making a double jump in the penalty. An area that is still deserving your attention is the design of the mail-in ballot and the carrier envelope, and we think that would make a big difference in making it easier to understand and eliminating the potential for unintentional violations. Thank you for your consideration.
Senator Hancock?
Yes, thank you. First, Senator Zaffirini, the section you're talking about regarding families on top of page 4. So we've addressed that issue on top of page 4. And then also let me point out that there are additional penalties specifically for those 65 and older addressed in this legislation. And contrary to the testimony, we did take into account the legislation that was passed this last session.
You paid attention to my amendment?
We did pay attention to it. And I think the Attorney General's office will confirm that we did question that in regards to it and that there is no overlap there.
There's Zaffirini, yeah.
So we're referring to a person who's related within the 2nd degree by affinity or the 3rd degree by consanguinity.
Correct.
That's good. Thank you.
And the concerns that the witness had were addressed with, and it's not that we missed it, it's that we caught it. We've already confirmed it and clarified it with the Attorney General's office. But I appreciate her pointing it out.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Senator Zaffirini.
Do you have any proposed amendments to the bill, ma'am?
Well, the proposed amendments would be not to increase the penalties.
Not to increase the penalties?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Alan Vera.
Alan Vera, Chairman, Harris County Republican Party Ballot Security Committee, testifying in support of SB 5. And on this bill, I also speak for the entire 400-plus precinct chairs of the party executive committee. This bill is long overdue. Each one of the election law violations addressed in this bill is something with which we've had to deal with in every single election since at least November 2010. From people assisting voters at a polling place, taking over for the voter, and casting the ballot without any direction from the voter, to mail ballot harvesting and the falsification of mail ballot signatures. These violations of Texas Election Code are real, they do real damage, and they're currently without adequate remedy. This bill provides adequate remedy. We've had a hard time persuading county district attorneys to prosecute many violations of Texas Election Code because today so many of those violations are misdemeanors, somehow below the threshold of interest of the local DAs whose calendars are backlogged with felony cases. This bill addresses that very real problem. And so much election fraud in Texas is at the expense of the elderly. That's unacceptable. This bill assigns stricter penalties for those violations which make the elderly their victims. This bill addresses that real problem. And we realize that some exceptions must be compassionately granted for family caregivers of elderly and disabled Texans. Senator, your question. Voters who might not be able to exercise their right to vote without some familial help. This bill compassionately allows those exceptions. Violators of our election code and those responsible for prosecuting those violators will not take our election code seriously until you show that you take election violations seriously. This bill addresses real and recurring election fraud problems and puts some badly needed teeth into election law enforcement. Please pass SB 5 out of committee. Thank you.
Senator Lucio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Chairman, you heard Senator Zaffarini's recommendation. Would you agree that the bill could become stronger and better with that type of amendment to protect the elderly from being deceived that there's an election on one day when in fact the election is the following day or following week?
Let me make sure I hear you correctly. You're addressing the deliberate falsification of information regarding election dates,
That's right.
I don't have any problem with making that an issue and a crime. That's unacceptable. Whether it belongs in this bill or not, I don't know.
Well, I would think that it would be, since we're talking about elections.
I understand.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Okay, we have Glenn Maxey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Glenn Maxey, the Legislative Director of the Texas Democratic Party, here on Senate Bill 5. The Texas Democratic Party supports efforts to stop any fraudulent activity in applying for or voting on any mail ballot. This bill before you today attacks the problem in one way, in a punitive way, on penalties. One of the things that we heard during the last session on these debates on these kinds of bills, especially from the Attorney General's office, was that DAs and the AG do not prioritize because of lack of resources, and prioritizing these things, it's more difficult to prioritize them over some violent crime. So I think one of the things is just getting our DAs to actually prosecute fraud. There are many other opportunities that we could do to make fraud less available to vote harvesters. So many suggestions last session. You've actually passed some that didn't become law that we should put in this bill. First, take away the opportunity of people having an excuse to knock on a door to get an application signed or to get a ballot mailed. The two easiest solutions: make the renewal of a ballot application for seniors less onerous. Let the voter simply indicate on a November ballot that they wish to get mail ballots for the next 2 years. Then you take the vote harvesters out of that renewal process. It makes it a governmental process. Secondly, a simple thing as postage-paid envelopes on ballots. The number one reason we find seniors not mailing a ballot in a timely manner is I don't have a stamp. If the state paid or the counties paid for postage, people get their ballots, they could mark their ballots and then mail it in. They wouldn't be laying around until they go to the store next to get a stamp. These kinds of things and the other items that passed this committee last session as amendments, Mr. Betancourt had amendments on Mr. Bohock's bill that died in the House. If you put those in this bill, we would go a long way to fixing the process so fraud can't happen.
Senator Hancock.
Yes, thanks, Chairman Huffman. Actually, when we talked about the continuing mailing of these ballots, as we interviewed and discussed this with those at the county level, they said that was a significant problem. And so the way to address that is that the request would go out each and every year because of various reasons. But that was actually one of the issues that was brought up as we were interviewing and preparing for this legislation, that we were told at the county level is a severe problem.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, and Senator Creighton will show that you are present. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Maxey. We've enjoyed hearing from you all session, and you're one of the ones you're here every time. You and Mr. Farah.
I look forward to it, and we do have amendments that we could talk to your offices about.
Yeah, you've always been constructive to the process, and we appreciate that. Michael Openshaw.
Yes, my name is Michael Openshaw. I live in Plano, Texas. I am here in support of this bill. This has been how long has this problem been going on to where we actually have an industry of people harvesting ballots for apparently at a cost and more or less selling the service? We have ballot fraud issues. They generally do not get addressed because they're identified after the election is over, and there are generally people not interested in doing so afterwards. These higher penalties are absolutely necessary to bring the level up to the point where it becomes, how should I say, cost prohibitive to do ballot harvesting. Nursing homes, elderly have been suffering from this for a long time. It's only now coming to the forefront of our notification. So I appreciate this committee's time and effort in this effort. I look forward to hearing from Aaron Harris, who's going to be speaking to you, who has done an incredible amount of research on this issue, and I beg you all to listen very carefully to that man. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Mr. Openshaw? All right, thanks to this panel. Thanks for being here. We'll call it the next panel. We have Jeffrey Keys, Jack Barcroft, Aaron Harris and Bill Fairbrother. Okay, Jeffrey Keys.
Yes, hello, my name is Jeffrey Keys. I'm representing myself, and I would like to thank you for coming up with this bill. I'm fairly new to Texas. I've been here 5 years, and I have seen a number of things. I was more, my thoughts were more on the electronic problems that come with e-voting, and I understand this bill is more on voter ID. So I just encourage that we keep the voter ID intact, keep it keep it intact in every way. I don't have a lot to say except thank you. I support the bill wholly, and I lived in California for a long time before I came here, and we didn't have voter ID. You could walk in and read the names upside down on the ledger book and say, I'm so-and-so, and you could read the address. If you're good at that, you could do that. I never did it, but I think it was done, and I want you to keep voter ID. That's all I got. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keys. Jack Barcroft.
Yes, ma'am. Jack Barcroft, Chairman, Coryell County Republican Party, State Republican Executive Committee.
Yeah, a little bit. There you go.
Better?
Much better. Thank you.
I am Jack Barcroft from Coryell County. I'm the chairman of the Republican Party, as well as about 10 other things. And I'm speaking in favor of SB 5. I'm incredibly impressed with what this body has gotten accomplished so far and what you're willing to take on in special session. I believe that the components of this bill, including the retention being 22 months, is a necessity. It's a great start. I'd love to see 36 myself, but 22 is quite good. Obviously, we can't prosecute anybody for anything if we don't have materials and evidence to look at whenever it comes about. This bill answers a lot of questions and a lot of problems that's been going on. Nobody should ever be told they can't cast their vote because their vote's already been cast. Their ballot's already been cast. That shouldn't be a thing. And hopefully this body will have what they need to achieve eliminating and or mitigating mail-in ballot fraud.
All right, any questions? Thank you. Aaron Harris.
Madam Chairwoman, Senators, thank you for your time. I am Aaron Harris with Direct Action Texas. And over the last year and a half, we've provided evidence to the OAG's office, which has resulted in multiple ongoing criminal investigations into mail-in ballot fraud. The two most well-known are Tarrant County and Dallas County. As I got into this issue, I quickly found out that this problem is widespread around the state. I found a case in Donna, Texas, where on New Year's Day of 2013, the school board president hung himself after it became public that he stole the election using mail-in ballot fraud and was about to be indicted. In Cameron and Hidalgo counties, multiple people are currently sitting in jail for mail-in ballot fraud. In Dallas County, a judge was removed from office in 2010 after having been elected using fraudulent mail-in ballots. As a side note, the prosecutor who prosecuted most of these is here today and can be a resource to you later. Just a month ago, a postal worker in the Valley was convicted on federal charge. He was selling information to harvesters in which he was selling the addresses of who he had delivered ballots to the harvesters. I've given you a handout of some examples of applications and carrier envelopes. What you'll see on these is signatures on the applications that do not match the signatures on the carrier envelopes. But you'll also notice the handwriting on the applications match. I want to bring to your attention pages 2 and 3 of my handout. And what these are is the same application for Anna Garcia sent on 2 different years. They send the same application over and over again. We have that application a total of 6 years. The voter never knows that they signed this and never know they sent it. Most recently in Dallas, it came to light that voters came forth in the municipal election. They found one guy, Jose Rodriguez, had sent in 766 fraudulent applications and ballots. Come to find out, Jose Rodriguez is not an actual person, rather a fake name that he operates under. He was arrested last Wednesday. Mail-in fraud is real. The challenge is the existing code simply is too weak, making it very hard to secure a criminal conviction. Many of these violations are simple misdemeanors. Misdemeanors get pled to deferred adjudication, which shows no mail-in fraud. I'll skip to the end. I urge you to pass this bill. We need increased penalties and wording in SB 5 to begin combating the very real problem. To those who claim there's no voter fraud, I urge you to support this bill as well, because if there's no fraud, this bill will have no effect. Either way, everyone should support making this behavior have very real consequences. Thank you for your time.
Any questions? All right. Bill Fairbrother.
Good afternoon. Bill Fairbrother, Legislative Chair of the Texas Republican County Chairmen's Association, testifying for Senate Bill 5. A lot of what I was prepared to testify for has already been said, so I will be a little bit brief. The one area where we might want to suggest a slight change, there's a deadline of 10 days after the election to send some materials to Secretary of State's office, particularly a general election with lots of votes and lots of ballots being processed. That might be a little aggressive. Other than that, I love the bill. Our association likes the bill. Combating ballot fraud, particularly mail ballot fraud, has been kind of the last frontier to be fully addressed. We applaud the committee for doing that. And we also like the wisdom of putting the bill going into effect at the end of the year, because we're already preparing for this November's constitutional amendment election and such. And so this bill will not impact plans that are already underway. And we congratulate the committee and the author on a wonderful bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? All right. Thank you to this panel. We will call up the next panel. Chris Davis, James Dickey, Matt Simpson, and David Heckert. Okay, Chris Davis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senators. Christopher Davis with the Texas Association of Election Administrators, testifying in favor of Senate Bill 5. This is precisely the kind of common sense bill fighting mail ballot fraud we would have liked to have seen in the regular session. Mirroring Mr. Fairbrother's concern, as an election administrator and talking to my peers, we'd like to see a couple of minor tweaks perhaps, and these are in Section 10 of the bill, where the presiding judge is the actual deliverer of written notice to the Attorney General. As custodians of records, our association asks that it either be early voting clerks or county election officers. Generally, oftentimes they're the same individual that can be that can have that responsibility of delivering both written notice and certified copies to the Attorney General's office. Given that we already have them and we were able to round those up and identify which is which. Mirroring the turnaround time, 10th day can be difficult to achieve given that we have to wait till about 7 days after an election for ballots to be cured, and our late ballot boards generally meeting on the 8th day. We're wondering if we can get a 30-day allotment to turn records into the Attorney General's office, hopefully not affecting their statute of limitations.
Senator Birdwell? Oh, do you have I thought you had you have a question?
Yes, Madam Chair.
So.
Okay, I didn't hear. One of the things that I want to make sure that I'm clear on, or that I have a concern with, is that for those elections that are, whether they're federal, state, or otherwise, those elections for which a federal mail-in ballot may be requested. Particularly what I have in mind is for those military personnel, because I've been that guy that's in Korea, Central America, the Middle East, wherever it may be. Are any of the timelines in the bill for either before the election or after the election, like what you just mentioned with the 10 days, would any of those dates affect the sanctity of ballots that arrive postmarked the election day or earlier, but might arrive later from overseas?
Not to my eyes, no, sir.
Okay. I just want to make sure that the thought process of the committee, the body, and the witnesses is making sure that while most of us think of elections as a local entity, there are men and women, several hundred feet below oceans in far places in the world on behalf of this nation, that I want to make sure that doesn't impact them.
We agree, yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I know, Senator Hancock, you have a question, but I'm going to ask Keith Ingram from the Secretary of State's office to come up And let's talk to him about that 10-day too, and make sure that this is something that's going to work, since we've had 2 witnesses express concerns who are in positions to kind of understand how the process works.
It's
So I
the
think
first we've heard of it, and we
Right. So
met
let's-
with people and brought it up, but let's go ahead and
yeah.
address it now. And our veterans obviously were a priority in the discussion, the layout of the bill, so we made sure that the dates were, we addressed those issues.
Yeah, so let's hit this
And
head on.
I'm
and make-
signed on to the bill with you, Senator Hancock. I just want to make sure with some of the things that
Right.
have been expressed that,
We're just making sure we have a good bill.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So, Keith, you've heard some of the concerns about this 10-day. We've had 2 witnesses here now who've kind of expressed a possible concern.
It'll be on, you got it, page 12.
Yeah.
Sure.
Could you
Keith
weigh
Ingram
in
here
on
from-
this? Yes.
Absolutely. Keith Ingram, Secretary of State's Office, Elections Division. And 10 days after a big election is pretty quick to get this information. It's not impossible, but it would be another thing that would have to be done.
So maybe we want to think about, does anyone have an opinion of what would be still a very prompt response, but would be a little bit more workable for those that are responsible for doing this?
I don't know if it's asking too much, Madam Chair, Senator Hancock. For that 30-day period, we don't want to inhibit either a prosecutor or investigating attorney general's staff from doing their job. We just want to be thorough in the information that we produce.
Okay, Senator Hancock.
Do you have a recommendation on
30 days?
30 days?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And 30 days is the time period within which the counties have to report the voting history to us, so it would be a natural fit.
It would be kind of a seamless, so they could do it almost all at once, yeah.
And before we leave this, would you mind asking the AG's office just to make sure there aren't any obstacles in that time frame on their side?
Okay, do we have someone from the AG's office here?
John?
John? They're pointing at each other. Who? Yeah. And I don't think you filled out a card, but just go ahead and testify and then just fill out a card before you leave for us, just so we have it.
I believe I did fill out a card.
Oh, you did? Okay,
Yes.
we'll run into it then.
Jonathan White with the Attorney General's office.
Okay. I don't know if you've been listening, if you could hear the discussion, but there's some concern about the 10-day enhanced notification, and there's some concern that maybe that's too quick of a turnaround. There was a suggestion to make that 30 days. How would that work within what the AG's response, how timely the AG wants to be able to respond to this?
Our office would not have a preference between 10 and 30 days. That will work. We'll accommodate, of course, the district clerks.
Perfect.
Yes.
All right. I think you have your answer, Sir Hancock. Yeah. All right. Okay, then we will continue on. And Mr. Davis, you had concluded your testimony. Mr. Dickey.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Senators. My name is James Dickey. I'm here speaking on behalf of myself and as Chairman of the Republican Party of Texas. The Republican Party of Texas takes voter integrity and the proper and fair handling of votes very seriously, and as such, plank number 59 in our platform speaks directly to this. The relevant portions of that plank item, if I may say, we support modifications and the strengthening of election laws to ensure ballot integrity and fair elections. We support increased scrutiny and security in balloting by mail. We support all means of protecting the integrity of our elections. This platform plank was approved by the delegates of the 2016 convention with almost 90%, 89.9% agreement. So this is something that the Republican voters and delegates and activists in Texas feel is very critical, that every vote be counted and be able to be counted because it's not diminished by the impact of illegal activity. Prior to being chairman of the state party, I was chairman of the Travis County party. I had the privilege of in that role taking part in administering the elections in Travis County through 2 cycles. And during one of those cycles, voter ID was passed. And in that, at that same time, ballot by mail turn-ins tripled. Not necessarily coincidentally.
increasing dramatically the chance of ballot by mail abuse. And so I thank you, Senator, for proposing this. I thank you, Senators, for passing this to the floor, and I will look forward to thanking the Governor and the House for also passing this and getting this through.
Thank you, sir. All right, Matt Simpson.
Hey, I'm Matt Simpson from the ACLU of Texas against the bill, and I'm here with a particular concern. The bill's penalty enhancements are extreme. There are situations that this bill could lead to in which someone could fail to sign and particularly fill out an official envelope, and if that person was over 65, they could find themselves facing a third-degree felony, 2 to 10 years in our prison system. I'm here to kind of encourage the Senate to think about not just criminal penalties. Are there civil penalties? Are there administrative penalties? Are there alternatives to turning to our already filled prisons and jails to try to make sure that people don't ruin the integrity of our voting? I meant to start out by saying what I think should be obvious. The ACLU of Texas very much supports the idea of ensuring integrity of the mail-in ballot as well as just the democratic system. The question here for us is, do we do that by using criminal penalties, or do we find some other way because the criminal penalties are already on the books? And I would say to you that they're already on the books. I want to just quickly run through the numbers. We have 150,000 people in our prisons. We have over 70,000 in our jails. We have 150,000 on community supervision, along with 60,000 on indirect, and we have 80,000 people on parole. We continue, however, to use new and additional criminal penalties to try to enforce laws, and I think that this is costing our state. It's meaning that the individuals that are charged with these crimes end up having their families being disrupted from family life, no longer being able to contribute as tax-paying citizens, at least for a short time, and those kinds of problems are created. So again, I think I support the spirit of what this bill is doing, but I think that the criminal penalties are a bridge too far.
Hancock?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think those of us who have studied and been on criminal justice and looked at the funding in that area will know that we've actually done a tremendous job of actually closing prisons and reducing that. If there are questions that the members have, I'd be happy for the AG to come forward and address the penalties and why the need for enhancing penalties in regards to securing our ballots.
Senator Zaffarini.
What type of civil penalties did you have in mind, or what alternatives to the penalties that are in the bill?
Sure, I think Mr. Maxey may have a few more concrete proposals, but I think that there are any number of ways that you can just force people out of any kind of opportunity to do these things, and it may be that we actually see a greater compliance or a greater effort to push for compliance if we create civil administrative penalties, because right now prosecutors are not really, it sounds like we have a problem with prosecutors using the criminal penalties. Perhaps using a civil system or an administrative system would offer additional people to try to enforce these rules and laws. I'd have to get back to you with more specifics than that, but I mean, we'd be glad to have that conversation about civil administrative penalties.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. David Heckert?
Madam Chairman, Senators, I really appreciate you putting forth this legislation, and I'm here to speak for myself and for the bill. I can tell you that as a 30-year Army veteran, I really appreciate the attention you're giving this issue, because the sanctity of our elections is what my brothers and sisters are laying down their lives to preserve. And so I really appreciate that effort. I'm going to have to disagree with the testimony just submitted, and I believe that the criminal penalties are the only way you cut down on willful acts of crime, by making it too cost prohibitive for the criminal to commit them. One point I'd like to make about why this is important is I'm also a Texas border volunteer. And among the different trash that we found at windmills in South Texas, 70 miles inside our border, we found 2 voter registration forms for the state of Texas that it appeared to be that they'd been handed out to the people who had crossed our borders illegally and dropped maybe by accident, but they were partially covered by dirt. But this voter fraud is a systemic thing that is occurring, and illegal aliens are participating in it. And if we enact these penalties, I believe it'll cut down on that. So I appreciate the efforts to get this legislation passed.
All right, thank you very much. And Senator Lucio. Mhm.
Do you have those forms with you?
I do not have them with me. My
Do you have a picture
Did
you take a photo or
I can get
anything?
you the pictures, and once I link up with my partner, I can procure the forms and submit them to
I would
you.
like to see those. That
Absolutely.
certainly is a big interest to me. I don't condone that. And if something like that is happening, all of us should know. But next time you prepare yourself to come to a meeting as important as this and make a statement as such, bring something that's concrete so we can all see it. Thank you, sir.
Well, I found out about this Friday afternoon, and I didn't have time to link up with my partner who's away on training.
You're a border volunteer, though, right? And you said when did you find it? When were you aware of this?
2015.
So you've known about this in 2015. And in preparation for this important meeting, did you think it would, since you were going to make a statement as such, did you feel it was deemed it necessary to bring those documents with you?
Once again, I did not have access to get them over the weekend, Senator. And
Okay.
I'm not the spokesman for the organization, but they were, that information was given to them at the time that they were recovered.
All right, thank you.
I would like to see them.
Thank you, and thank you all for your input today and for providing the information. Thank you for being here. All right, next panel, Chuck DeVore, Giannis Banks, Cara Sands, and Leland Freeman. Okay, Chuck DeVoe.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members. My name is Chuck DeVore. I'm a Vice President with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, and I'm here to testify in support of SB 5. When Texans go to the polls, they have assurances that their ballot is going to be secret. They have assurances that people aren't going to harangue them outside of the polling place and try to get them to change their ballot. And they have assurances that they have election judges, and those election judges, of course, are selected by the top two vote-getting parties in that area. When Texans avail themselves of mail-in ballots, they don't have any of those protections. There are multiple instances in Texas where the ballots end up not being secret, where there is no protection with the top two vote-getting parties handling that ballot, and where there is pressure that is brought to bear on the person casting that ballot. And so I ask, how is it that those ballots are treated with any less dignity and integrity and with less care than the ballots that are cast in the polling place? SB 5 goes a long way toward addressing this systemic weakness in how Texans vote. Lastly, John Fund, a noted political observer in America, has written a couple of books about ballot fraud. And one of the things that he writes about mail-in ballot fraud is that it is, quote, the tool of choice for election fraud in America. Senators, once again, I would urge passage of SB 5. Thank you.
Sir, you say that this bill goes a long way toward addressing the systemic problems. What does it leave out, or what does it not address?
Well, I think that the challenges with things that are left out probably have to do with money and complexity. I mean, given that in a perfect world, you could do a lot if you had limited resources. I'm struck, for example, by legislation that was recently passed, which no doubt will cost a little bit of money, but goes a long way toward preventing the need for mail-in ballots. And that's the legislation that says that when you have people in a convalescent home, and I think that there's, 4 or 5 registered voters in that home, that you can set that up as an early voting polling place. That's a wonderful idea. Of course, it costs a little bit of money, but it would reduce then the need for mail-in ballots. So it's things like that. I mean, you as the Senate, the elected representatives of the people of the state of Texas, of course, have to balance priorities between what we're going to spend money on. I think that given what we know to be happening, given the list of very specific instances of ballot fraud and suspected fraud that the author, Senator Hancock, listed at the beginning of his laying out of his bill, I think that his measure would address those issues. Now, of course, once this measure, if it passes and is signed into law, I'm sure that people who seek to manipulate the ballot system will try to figure out other ways around the newly passed legislation.
Thank you, sir. Chair calls Giannis Banks. Senator Lucio.
Thank you very much for your testimony in studying this issue, and it's a very important one. Have you ever felt that maybe both parties engage in activities where they hire people during election time to obviously prepare or help assist in mail-in ballots, or is it just one party over another?
Well, Senator, I myself, throughout a life of activism that goes back to 1981, have gone door to door. I don't recall being paid for it, but I've knocked on plenty of doors and have encouraged people to vote absentee. I've never actually carried a ballot to the ballot box.
But you and I know that there are people that are getting paid to deliver votes. And my question to you is, do you feel that both parties engage in such activity, or is it one party over another?
Senator, I don't have enough information to be able to cast any sort of opinion about that. What I do know is that regardless of which party is doing it, I believe that this measure goes significant direction toward discouraging behavior that would degrade the integrity of the ballot.
I agree with you. But I think both parties are involved.
Other questions? Thank you. Chair calls Giannis Banks.
Giannis Banks for the Texas NAACP. We are against the bill for reasons you have heard before. We do have concerns with some of the criminal enhancement penalties. We do think those are a little bit harsh. And I know you talked about the family part of it, and Senator Zaffarini was asking about if a family member is having that conversation. And I guess there is some language for that, but also if you have a close family friend. I'm very close with my boss's mother's mother. And so if we're having that conversation, if she happens to ask me the question about somebody who's running, because we talk about everything, she's a very smart lady, very engaged, and I happen to mention, well, yeah, this is a good person, and her ballot is out there, have I now just broken the law as written? Because I'm not related to them, so I'm not covered under the family provision. And so you can have folks who are close to individuals who are close friends, may have see somebody like their grandmother, you've grown up with them your whole life, and you consider that woman like your grandmother, but legally, lawfully, that's not your grandmother, that's not your auntie. But you have those conversations and you want to help because you're involved in their life and you may be helping them. People could end up being punished for that. And that's would be a shame that folks would stop helping people or stop engaging with individuals who they're close to, that they care about, that they love, because they're worried about how they could catch a felony or how they could be prosecuted under the law if somebody deems otherwise. So I ended at that.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Banks. Cara Sands.
Hi. My name is Kara Sands. I'm the Nueces County Clerk, and I'm also representing the County and District Clerks Association of Texas. I am here for the bill. Thank you for having this. This is a big problem. This was brought to me by the chairperson of the Democratic Party in Nueces County as being a problem. I see it happening in nonpartisan races mostly, small races, school board, utilities board, city, small city, also in primaries. We're not talking about people, friends and family. What we are talking about are like polaquetas or vote harvesters, and it's their job. They go out and they are exploiting disabled and elderly voters. This bill will protect those voters. They're going out, they're pretending that they work in my office, and they're going to help them. Right now we have an open investigation into voter fraud from the Attorney General's office. I get applications for one person, 4 or 5 of the elderly. The signatures are different on them. It's a problem. I've had more people starting to come out since it has been a topic, and they're not scared any longer because they get scared. Or they're so accustomed to it, they think that's how it's supposed to be. I have to give them my ballot. I have to let them mail it in. But what they do is they're preying on these people. These are criminals, not the goodness of their heart. I'd like to say one more thing. With all due respect, that bill that you're going to go into assisted living facilities, it's terrible. It's a terrible, terrible bill. It's not going to help because that's not where the big problem is. They're going door to door. I've had ballots returned to my office and we scan them in, and we will get the same blocks, like 3 and 4 blocks of these ballots in the same day.
Senator Hancock, then Senator Lucio.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so Business and Commerce is starting at 2 o'clock. I know we have several members that are on both State Affairs and Business and Commerce.
Yes.
We're going to start in Business and Commerce knowing we may not have a quorum. Originally, I announced that we will be voting on bills at the start of the meeting. I'm going to postpone that till much later for a number of reasons. That'll allow the members of Business and Commerce to stay here a little bit longer.
Okay.
And we'll get moving there. We will notify your offices with ample time of a time certain which we will vote out bills that were heard yesterday, if that helps the members that are here, because I know we have several.
And for the public, we have other committees meeting, and so you'll see people coming and going. Senators, they're spreading themselves
And
here.
still that we have I didn't want the members that are on Business and Commerce to worry. We will give you a time certain on when those bills will be voted. We are going to go ahead and start the committee hearing, but you'll have plenty of time to stay here in State Affairs as well.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for that.
We'll update your office.
And Senator Lucio, I believe you have a question of the witness. Yes.
Thank you very much. Yes, ma'am. Did you say you were the county clerk in Nueces County?
I'm the Nueces County clerk.
Nueces County in Corpus Christi. Yeah, I remember back in the 70s when I was in county government, the county clerk obviously had full control of all elections. We didn't have an elections administrator at the time, and that came on later. Don't recall what year that was. And I can understand that every county official obviously is informed about the elections that take place, especially in their counties. And what I wanted to ask was in terms of what communications you all might have with your legislators. Do you sit down with your legislators, the people that represent you in both the House and the Senate, to let them know specifically what is going on in these elections? Are they informed?
Absolutely. I was here working during the session. In fact, I've met with a lot of you about this.
No, but I'm talking about the ones that represent you in your area.
Yes, last week Representative Hedetto was actually in my office discussing this bill. I have very close contact with Senator Hinojosa. I've discussed this with him, and Chairman Hunter. Yes.
Thank you. That's what I need to know. Thank you very much.
Then we have Leland Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I am Leland Freeman from Austin, Texas. I'm representing myself. I am testifying in favor of the bill as part of a broader, initiative by myself and others for election integrity. I support any legislation that will prevent ballot fraud, and I yield the rest of my time for questions.
I was looking at something else. Any questions of Ms. Freeman? Okay, that concludes this panel. Thank you all for being here, and we appreciate your input. All right, members, we have a stack of cards of individuals registering positions on the bill, not wishing to give oral testimony. Those will all be entered into the official records of the committee and will be available as part of the records. All right, is there anyone else who wants to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 5? We'll close public testimony. What? Oh, yeah. Can I make a motion? I forgot we left the testimony open, public record posting, that we were going to leave it open until 4. So, someone have a motion to reconsider that? Okay, that's granted. All right, we're going to leave the public testimony open without objection. And we will recognize, let's see, is Senator Campbell here? Yeah. Senator Campbell, you ready? Let her get to the table. Hello, Senator Campbell.
Good afternoon, members.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
You are recognized on Senate Bill 6.
Senate Bill 6, thank you. Senate Bill 6 reforms the process of municipal annexation in Texas to make it a democratic process, meaning it gives citizens the right to vote on whether or not they want to be annexed. 29 states currently require some type of vote for annexation. Texas doesn't. We're forced annexation. It's been roughly 2 decades since annexation has been addressed in any comprehensive way, and during that time, the need for reform has become apparent. Under current law, citizens who choose to live outside the city limits, miles from downtown, can suddenly be annexed by the city against their will. They have to take on city debt, city ordinances, city taxes, none of which they voted for. And again, they get annexed without a vote. That is not what Texas is about. I think we would all agree on that. There are many stories about Texans being annexed and taxed but not getting any services or receiving subpar services than what they had. About poorer areas that have been bypassed because the city, and they don't want to provide the services. But I don't need to go into all those examples and stories. You've all heard them. Senate Bill 6 protects the property rights of Texans who live outside city limits. It requires the consent of the majority of registered voters in an area by petition if it's less than a population of 200, or by election if the population is over 200, before a city will have the authority to annex. The bill also cuts through red tape and streamlines voluntary annexation in just a matter of weeks when the property owners and municipalities can agree in writing on the provisions of annexation. Lastly, the bill does include a provision to protect land use along the fence line of our military installations, which we heard a lot about during the filibuster. The provision requires cities and active bases to agree, memorandum of agreement would be good, on land use compatibility within a quarter of a mile of the base before annexing those areas. Members, this bill was vetted, approved, and passed by the Senate and the House in SB 715 during the regular session. It failed to reach the governor's desk. It failed to reach the governor's desk due to an 11th hour filibuster. SB 6 ends government piracy. It makes annexation a democratic process. It protects Texans' right to determine who governs them, who governs us. I urge your support for this bill, and I thank you. I will close with that layout, but I will say that, of course, I am expecting to hear the cities bring forth their reasons why they should continue not giving Texans a voice in annexation. So listen to it closely, because you won't hear the cities say, we want to give our people in the extraterritorial jurisdiction a vote. But if a city makes their case to the people good enough, why wouldn't the people choose annexation? So just posing a question that I feel the city representatives, some paid lobbyists, may present their case as to why people should not have a voice. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Lucio, I think you indicated you had a question first, and then Senator Estes.
I was handed a printout, so I got some of my answers, questions addressed. There's legislation, though, already in the books that allows municipalities of a certain population to allow the citizens that are going to be annexed to have that election. There's already things in there are already some laws in the books. You know that, right?
Well, I can tell you that what we have now does not allow cities, for instance, Houston, as they annexed Kingwood, there was no vote.
Okay, but there is some legislation. I know because that was the first bill I passed in 1991 that allowed communities that were 5,000 or less to be able to, not to be able to annex unless the people they were that were living in an area right outside the city limits that were going to be affected could have a vote. And if they voted not to be annexed, that was fine, except that they would also not be entitled to police services, fire services, EMS, and all the services that comes to citizens within a few feet or yards from where that line is that pits them outside those city limits. And that's the point I want to make. Is the public that is urging you to bring this piece of legislation to the table understand that they're not going to be able to receive those services, which are very critical, life and death services?
Right now, this is bracketed. The bill is bracketed for cities greater than 500,000.
Okay, just those 500,000 or more.
500,000 or more. So, I mean, that's great because I would be
very few communities. Obviously, that limits it down or narrows it down to
a bunch.
How many? Just not. You know, you got so many that are under that in Texas, obviously. So we're talking about a few communities in the state, right?
We're talking about
how many communities would be impacted with your legislation?
All cities, all municipalities that reside in a county that has 500,000 or more.
Okay. So, do you have a number on that? I'm asking.
No.
Okay.
10. Senator Estes, thank you very much. We've got 10 counties that are greater than 500,000. Very good. I will say that it would be nice for it to be not bracketed at all, because every Texan should be able to vote.
I got a question.
All right, wait, no. We don't have any, I'm sorry, no outcry. And I should have said the rules, but we're not allowed, this is the Senate chamber, so I know you may have positions one way or the other, but we're in the Senate chamber, we have absolute decorum. So thank you very much for following the rules. I appreciate it. Senator Estes, and then Senator Schwartner, and then Senator Birdwell, and then Senator Zaffarini. So everybody knows the order. I see y'all raising your hands.
Very quickly, thank you,
Senator
Madam
Estes.
Chair. Did I hear my ears correctly? We're the only state in the union that does not have some law like this?
No. 29 states
okay.
allow voting.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 49. Okay, so that clears that up. Is this bill exactly or substantially like the bill that we had in the session?
Substantially, yes.
What's the main difference?
One is a provision around the fence line of a base. And the other, there was an amendment put in by Workman that was already in the bill, just changed some dates. So more of it is tweaking. I do not recall any specific substantial changes than what you have read and vetted before.
So we voted this bill out of committee. It came to the Senate floor, and this was the bill that was filibustered.
Yes, and when it came out of committee, there was no bracket of 500 counties, 500,000. And when we came out of the chamber, there was no bracket of 500,000. But
now it's
just like a football game, and you're trying to get your ball to the goal line. Got to accept a first down or even halfway across the field.
So the 500,000 bracket is new to this bill?
No.
It's
not new to what came back over in conference committee. This bill is where we got in conference committee. So the bill's been vetted, 140 days through both chambers, except for what I told you. So
what was the vote in the House? Do you remember?
Enough to get it through, but. I don't know, 90?
I think it was pretty substantial.
substantial
Said if
meaning
I-
it
I was
got
gonna-
passed, but it was, they were counting votes, and it was at the 9th hour.
Okay.
The House members worked very hard.
All right, but basically, we're not working on anything new. We're working on something we were working on in the regular session.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Let's just clarify, because I'm unclear before I recognize you, Senator Schwartner. And when was the bracketing? Was the bracketing added in the House or in the conference committee?
House.
House. So it was done by amendment in the House on the
It was
floor?
actually within their bill. Was it amendment or the bill? It was in a committee sub. It was in a committee sub in the House, necessary to. They felt like they could have more agreement on getting it passed.
Okay. And then the House bill came over here, or they subbed out
Yes,
your
ma'am.
Senate bill? Then they sent the
Yes,
House
ma'am.
bill over?
They subbed it out for the Senate bill.
Okay. And then it came over, and then we went to conference, and then that's when the vote on the conference committee came to the Senate floor. That's when it was filibustered.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. I just think it's important that everybody follow.
Thank you for that. And I was just checking with my chief just to make sure
we handled the
I'm
lot
following
bills
it
last
correctly.
session. Yes. Senator Schwartner, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Senator Campbell, for again bringing this piece of legislation, for the governor putting it on the call. This issue of annexation without really any sort of representation or approval by the voters is a real issue in a fast-growing state like Texas. I have several counties which have certain specific areas around municipalities in which they are rightly concerned that municipalities are just annexing for their own economic, essentially, benefit.
Yes.
And that is unfortunate, and I really look forward to seeing this bill passed. You spoke earlier that the original bill that came out of the Senate did not have any brackets, and I plan on looking at those brackets and potentially offering an amendment on the floor, removing that bracket to make it applicable that all
Absolutely.
Residents of the state of Texas, all citizens, should have some sort of say when they are going to be annexed by a municipality that is trying to take their or enroll them into their boundaries. So I think it's an important bill, one that obviously I think has a lot of support by the people of Texas, and I want you to, I'm asking you, Senator, to consider that amendment, and we'll have a discussion on the floor regarding it.
Absolutely. Well, like I said, I didn't want any bracket right now in this compressed time frame to try to get it passed, knowing what happened at the end of the regular session.
I understand.
I've got, and thank you for joining me on this. Thank you for your work for Texans to be able to vote before annexation. We've got to work with the powers that be in the other chamber to see if we can get it out. And Senator Estes, to answer your question, the House vote was 85 to 39. And that's with the bracket in there. So, I mean, obviously, the bigger cities are the most egregious examples of the takeovers. Good, at least with the smaller towns, the people are still heard many times and they can rally at the city council steps. We're trying to protect everybody, and that's what we should do, looking after the general welfare of Texans. But I will look at that, I will work with them in the House, and we'll see where we can go. But we most certainly at least have to start with protecting the most that we can. Next.
Those are your questions, Senator? Okay, Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Campbell, I want to make sure I'm clear on one thing. Certainly supported the bill in the regular session. You mentioned that it's the 500,000 population bracket. Is that a county of 500,000 or a city of?
County.
Okay. In my district, I have two counties, Ellis and Johnson, that abut Tarrant and Dallas. In the areas that county lines, I've got two cities in each county, Johnson and Ellis, where, as an example, Burleson, most of it is in Johnson, a part of it's in Tarrant. But Mansfield, most of it is in Tarrant, part of it is in Ellis. Same thing with Glen Heights. Most of Glen Heights is in Dallas County, but a part of it is in Ellis County. Let's use Glen Heights as an example. How would the bill affect citizens in Ellis County if Glen Heights, because the bulk of it is in Dallas County, they're not a city near 500,000, but they're in a county of over 500,000. Because the bulk of Glen Heights is in Dallas County and a portion of it is in Ellis, could they then annex property in Ellis County without this trigger being invoked?
Okay, let me make sure I understand which cities in which county. For sake of ease.
If the cities transcend multiple counties,
so
which county has dominance? Because I think ultimately, even if the city that is in the county of the population threshold, Mansfield and Glen Heights,
in the higher level.
In the higher level county, the bulk of those cities are in the higher county. Can they annex in a county of less than that threshold if those cities transcend counties, one that's in the threshold and one that's not in the threshold?
The cities may not if they are wholly or partly in a county that meets the threshold of greater than 500,000. Correct? They would have to, they can annex, but they have to have a vote. It would require a vote of the people.
Okay, so if Glen Heights...
In a population of 500,000?
Right.
Glen Heights?
The bulk of it is in Dallas County.
Correct.
So would the vote be, the folks in Ellis County would get to vote on a annexation by Glen Heights, that while Glen Heights is in Dallas County, the folks of Ellis that would be subject to that annexation would be afforded the opportunity to vote, even though they're in a county of less than 500,000 people?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
The terminology also, to try to help make things simpler, I'm not sure if it does until we get more familiarity with the terminology. We've put terminology in the bill calling it Tier 1, Tier 2 counties. Right. Tier 1, number is less than 2. So a Tier 1 county is a county less than population of 500,000. Tier 2, for sake of simplicity in the law, Tier 2 county is a county that has greater than 500,000 population. Tier 1 municipality is a municipality that falls within wholly or partly, all. Tier 1 municipality falls within a population, a county with a population of less than 500,000. So Tier 1 city, municipality falls under Tier 1 county.
Right.
And a Tier...
Well, in reading that, that's what I was...
Making
it just wasn't clear, because I'm sure I'm not the only one with that problem. No. I mean, Collin and Denton County with Senator Estes. And
there is overlap as the bigger cities are reaching across county lines to take. So we're trying to limit. Yeah, I mean that's, and you may hear
if a county is if a county less than 500,000 is contiguous to a county of 500,000 and a city that transcends them, the protection afforded the 500,000 county is contiguously granted to the non-500,000 county. Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, because the city in the Tier 1 county becomes the city within a Tier 2 county, counties greater than 500,000, those cities within that county are a Tier 2 city. So the same law applies to them. And they can't reach into a lower population Tier 1 county and grab. So by definition, the city that you gave me by name, which is...
Well, Glen Heights, Mansfield, Burleson, Red Oak.
Glen Heights, which is in a county population greater than 500,000, becomes a Tier 2 municipality and are subject to the rules no matter where they want to annex. So the people where they want to grab get a vote.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Senator Zaffarini.
Yes, and to follow up now to Senator Birdwell's questions, because my concern was about cities that are in 2 counties, and you've addressed that. I'm not sure that I'm fully aware of how that city would be impacted. I'm talking about specifically a city that is in 2 counties, one of which, for example, Bexar County,
yes, ma'am,
has a population of more than 500,000. Could you explain that a little more?
Yes, ma'am, I will. And let me make sure I get my first time out correct. I'm going to define counties, which you already know. Tier 1 is a smaller county defined as less than 500,000. Any municipality within a Tier 1 county, wholly, because you can't be in both, wholly, all of Tier 1 county becomes a defined Tier 1 municipality. Now go to Tier 2. 500,000 or more county is defined as a Tier 2 county. Any city, wholly or partly in Tier 2, becomes a Tier 2 municipality.
Wholly or partly?
Or partly.
Or partly.
Yes, ma'am. So if it is a city that does cross the boundaries of a Tier 1, Tier 2, they're in Tier 2, wholly or partly, and they cross into a lesser county population, Tier 1, they are still defined by the fact that they're in Tier 2. If you're in Tier 2, wholly or partly, you're Tier 2.
Would the city be subject to the boundaries of the county?
The city that is reaching out?
Yes.
No, it's subject to their extraterritorial jurisdiction lines because they're reaching over the county.
So subject to their own ETJ,
yes,
but
ma'am,
not to the county boundaries?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Chair.
Look like I was thinking Senator Creighton.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Campbell, I just wanted to commend you for your effort on the legislation. You know, working here for years and years as a staffer through a couple of different legislative sessions, a few different special called sessions, and then serving as a member for 10 years in the House and over here now in the Senate, you've advanced this legislation further than anyone else that I've ever seen be able to, you know, and I just want to tell you how impressed I've been with you on being steadfast on this issue to give the people a vote. We hear from our shared constituents that city leaders also represent, but we share those constituents. And we've seen the frustration with cities annexing these communities under the guise of expanding their tax base, taking in more revenue, manipulating demographics, cherry-picking certain neighborhoods based on tax base, manipulating certain school district demographic information, and on, always with the explanation that without doing so, the public is at risk because fire protection will suffer, police protection will suffer, those budgets will suffer, parks will not be able to be maintained, basic city services will not be able to be maintained. But you and I both know that logic is flawed because what happens when the ETJs are maxed?
Exactly.
If they truly can't meet their budget and live within their means, what happens when they cannot grow anymore? Does that mean the city goes bankrupt?
Exactly.
We know that that's not the case. So as we have to live within our means and every level of government is expected to live within its means, this is not what the people deserve. The people deserve a vote if they are going to have additional ad valorem taxes assessed in another level of a political jurisdiction having authority over them. They've demanded it. We should have passed this bill 30 years ago, and I want to commend you for advancing this effort over the past couple of sessions, getting it to the goal line, and I'll be there to help you until it's done.
You know, Senator Creighton, thank you so much. You've hit on points that we're all aware of, and you've defined them well. Thank you for coming to the table to help me in the regular session to get this through and helping make other senators and even people in the House aware of how we needed this and protecting the things we needed to protect with it. So thank you for that. Thank you for your encouragement, and most certainly thank you for helping me get the bill as far as we have gotten.
Absolutely. I'll be there with you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I'm just going to add one more thing to what he had said. A lot is used as an excuse for sustained economic prosperity. But I think we could all, I'm not sure we'd all agree, but the best thing for sustained economic prosperity is for a city to live within their means. Like you pointed out, we have to live within ours. So there is a point at which you have to just stop and just live within your means. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You and Senator Lucio has another question.
I certainly agree with the discussion. Obviously, we all have to live within our means, and it starts at home. But let's talk about implementation of your bill. And before we do that, I certainly appreciate, Senator Campbell, your passion for allowing people to vote. I certainly, in the period of time, Senator Creighton, that I've been here 31 years, I've seen a lot of good bills go down the drain when it doesn't allow, and members on both sides of the aisle have voted against, those bills that did not allow people to vote on an important issue that would have had a positive impact to our communities and our state. But let's talk about implementation, if I may, Madam Chair. Under your bill, who gets to vote?
The people get to vote if they're in a Tier 2 county or they're in a Tier 2 municipality.
They own property there.
Oh, you're specifically registered voters and, yes, property owners.
Okay, those are the people that get to vote in an election if this bill would pass.
The people that are registered voters, property owners of the area that is to be annexed, I think, to be clear.
So what if you live in Houston, Texas, and you're registered there to vote in Houston? However, you have property, and let's say lots of property, or a piece of property in San Antonio that is subject to annexation. Under your bill, would the Houston resident who is registered in Houston be able to vote in that San Antonio annexation?
They have to be a registered voter.
No, that's not my question.
Well, I'm answering your question. Mm-hmm. Property owner, yes, but also a registered voter in that area.
In that area. So if he's not a registered voter but owns land, he or she does not get to vote.
Correct.
Okay. Does your bill require to be registered in the area where annexation is occurring to be able to vote? So the answer to that is yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
In other words, you answered it. Okay. I just want to reiterate. So your bill does require you to be registered in the area where annexation is occurring to be able to vote.
Correct.
Okay.
To have a vote, yes, sir.
Okay, so that kind of leaves, there are a lot of people that own land in those areas, yes, and from all over the state, and even some from Mexico. I know a lot of Mexican people come over and buy land in South Padre Island. They buy land in San Antonio, the Woodlands, in Houston, all over the state, so they would not be able to vote.
No, sir.
Even though they would like a chance to voice their opinion and probably join those that can vote. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Well, taking it one step at a time, which Senator Creighton just said, but important, just because you're not a registered voter doesn't mean you can't voice your opinion to city council.
Oh, no, sure. So, I understand, but when it came down to the actual vote that would decide whether or not that area would be annexed, then it would be prohibitive, obviously.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussions? All right, then we will open public testimony on SB 6. We'll call up our first panel. Mayor Derek Freeman from Port Arthur, Mayor Zimmerman from Sugar Land, Melinda Ramos, Alberto Cardenas, and Craig Farmer. Pardon? Cardenas. There's Zafrini has corrected me. Thank you. Okay. Oh, okay. Please do, yeah. All right, Mayor Freeman, welcome. Do we have a mayor? No? Okay. Mayor Zimmerman, why don't you go ahead?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Members of the committee, my name is Joe Zimmerman. I'm the mayor of Sugar Land. I'm also a resident and a taxpayer. I'm here to vote opposition to Senate Bill 6. I'm going to give you some very real examples. I'll also give you some of my qualifications. I'm a registered engineer. I've created 3 utility districts. I've been involved with Friendswood Development Company before they were sold to Exxon. Done a couple startups. Bottom line, I'm a business person. The city of Sugar Land right now, under the current bill, under the current criteria that revised the annexation laws for Kingwood, is undertaking 2 annexations. Those annexations are Greatwood and New Territory. We did strategic partnership agreements with both those communities back in 2007. The annexations take effect December 12th of this year. During that time, before we did the strategic partnership agreements, we had open public hearings in both communities, received the public input. We received the approval of the 5 utility district boards in New Territory, the 4 utility district boards in Greatwood. So in fact, the public was involved all along the way in the process. We've currently had, for me as mayor, I've had 4 public hearings in those 2 communities, and in the probably over 500 people in both communities that have responded, I have heard no one say that they would not want to be part of the city of Sugar Land. I would also tell you that when those utility districts are created, part of that process of that creation is that the cities in which the ETJ they reside consent to those creations. So there is a process whereby the public is notified and they have input. And certainly in the city of Sugar Land, we welcome anybody to come and comment on the process, both our citizens as well as those people that are in those annexed areas. I have a significant problem about asking the city of Sugar Land citizens to pay for an election in an area and then not be part of that vote. So they'd, in essence, be subsidizing that annexation. So we are opposed to this bill.
And Senator Zimmerman, not Senator, I just elevated you, and you're in my district.
You're my
well,
senator.
I wanted to say thank you for being here. You do a great job for the city of Sugar Land.
Thank you.
And I'm always very receptive and respectful of your positions. I think you know that there is a lot of support for this legislation. So I want to ask you, I mean, you've made a good case that the people of Sugar Land, and I've heard many of those people in Greatwood and so forth, they are my constituents, so I'm aware of what's going on, and I know many of them are supportive. So is your objection to allowing those people to vote the fact that it would cost money to hold the election? I mean, that's what I heard you say was...
That's a very minor part, Senator, Madam Chairman. I mean, actually...
Why would you be against the citizens kind of checking off and signing off on this finally?
They already are. They're already part of that process. And I think
not every one of them is.
I beg your pardon?
Not everyone is given the opportunity to participate if they are a registered voter.
Well, they really are, because you're holding public... They elect the boards of the municipal utility districts. So they have a role there. They also get to participate in the public hearing process before we actually executed the strategic partnership agreements. So while they may not be voting, they have an active process under which that they can participate in the process. So And what we seem to be ignoring is the fact that in all what is it, 5 districts plus all 9 districts, when you look at the services that are being provided by the city, those services are services those people want. They want the City of Sugar Land Police, Fire, EMS. They want parks. They derive a benefit from the city actually paying to fix their streets. And if you look at the responsibility of the county, Fort Bend County, the judge is a close friend of mine. The county doesn't do it any more than Harris County does. So there are real services that are being provided. And in fact, the city tax rate of 31595, call it 32 cents. In most cases, I think there's only one case where we're not lowering the tax rate and providing more services.
I bet you told Senator Betancourt that yesterday too, right?
I did tell Senator Betancourt that.
And I'm glad you did. So good. Well, and I think Senator Lucio has a question. So
thank you. Mayor, in the process that you speak about where the public is afforded an opportunity to participate in the discussions, public hearings, is that a one-time? And the reason I ask is because there's concern that, you know, the property owner in that area or the taxpayer in that area that should be afforded that opportunity to discuss that with the city fathers who ultimately make that decision of the community wanting to annex, might not have a chance that first time. So a second date or a third date would be in order, don't you think, to be able to afford people that want to voice their concern? Is that part of your process in the Sugar Land area?
They were town halls, Senator. So
yes,
sir, those town halls that were done prior to entering into those strategic partnership agreements. I'm not sure how many there were. I know there were at least one in those communities. I also know that through the mud boards in those communities, the elected representatives of the people in those communities, they also were afforded input to those mud boards all during that process before they entered into those strategic partnership agreements. And then I can tell you, as part of those strategic partnership agreements, what happened was there were certain conditions, responsibilities laid out for both the city as well as the residents of those communities. So it was a very transparent process. Everyone knew what the roles and responsibilities were. It didn't require annexation. It said that the city had a choice that if certain things were met, the city could annex those properties. In fact, we went through a 2-year process, due diligence, if you will, whereby we went through and looked at the facilities that the MUDs were maintaining. And the MUDs did a great job. Those 9 utility districts did a great job of maintaining the water, the sanitary, the drainage. The county did, I think, a good job of maintaining the streets. HOAs maintained the parks. But as part of that overall process, there are multiple chances for people.
Have you ever had a situation where people have actually petitioned the city to take them in because of the lack of services that are not being provided in those areas that might want to be part of the city?
We just had I'll call it a subdivision, Senator, that asked us. It wasn't a petition. It was a letter that we received from the Mud Board adjacent to Greatwood that asked that question, and we're currently doing the due diligence on how we want to proceed.
Obviously, in the process, you'll look at whether or not the city can actually afford those services, correct?
That's correct.
Based on the income that is being generated through the taxation that is being brought in, with those already in your district, in the city limits. There are situations. I know one of the largest communities that I represent actually went around an area that we call a colonia back home, Senator Creighton, substandard housing that wouldn't generate, unfortunately, the funds that are necessary to, and on the other side of that coin is people living there probably couldn't afford, to pay taxes at a certain level. So they're caught in that situation, unfortunately. So there's all kinds of issues out there in the extraterritorial jurisdiction and in the the areas outside city limits of our municipality. So I appreciate your input. Thank you,
Senator. Madam Chairman, if I might.
Yes.
There was a comment made earlier about the cities need to learn to live within their budgets. I will tell you that after we do these two annexations, the city of Sugar Land is really landlocked. We have one annexation, probably beyond that, maybe a few cleanups, but those have very few people. The city of Sugar Land, and I discussed this yesterday with Senator Betancourt and his special committee, the city of Sugar Land actually does live within their means. And we take, I'm a business person, all 7 of us on Sugar Land City Council do this part-time. We're business people. I've done 2 startups, a number of workouts. So I think I'm very qualified to understand the difference in living with your budget because I've had to actually work out companies where companies didn't live within their budget. We take our role very seriously. We spend a lot of time in the budget process. We have financial management policy statements. It's a very deliberate, very transparent process. So I take exception to that remark.
Well, I'll take up for the city of Sugar Land. You do a great job, and we wish all cities performed and were as fiscally capable and produced the results that Sugar Land does. So.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Senator Zaffarini, and then Senator Birdwell, and then Senator Creighton. All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The issue of bankruptcy was also discussed earlier, which brings to mind the city of Detroit, which couldn't annex nearby territory and then went bankrupt. Do you believe that this bill would offer any threat to any city that might face bankruptcy as a result of not being able to annex property?
Senator, to be able to answer that question, I'd have to know the details of city, the financial means of different cities, and I don't. I can speak from Sugar Land, and I can assure you that with regard to the city of Sugar Land, we're in very good financial health. We have a AAA bond rating. This would not affect us. In fact, the 2 annexations that we're undergoing right now, based on the feedback I've received from the 4 town hall meetings I've conducted, the people out there are thrilled to death that we're going to annex them and that we're going to provide the services we provide.
Was the result of your town hall meetings positive in every case? In every case, were the people who lived in the areas to be annexed positive about the annexation?
Senator, I can only address the ones that I was involved in. I wasn't involved back in 2007. The ones that I've been involved with, they've actually been this year. They were in 2 each, 2 in New Territory, 2 in Greatwood. We had staff from every department, as many as 3 staff from every department, to answer their questions, to make sure it was transparent, to make sure they understood what was going to happen. And all the feedback that I heard in my conversations with staff, it was very positive.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Birdwell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Did I understand you correctly that you said you're currently in an annexation process as well?
Yes, sir. City Council took November last year. We took action to annex 2 areas. Under the strategic partnership agreements, it has a time frame of 1 year from the date council action's taken to when the annexation takes place.
Okay. I've got one of my cities came to see me a couple weeks ago, city of Midlothian, and I visited with them about it, but I'd like to find out what your thoughts are. I clearly support the bill. I know Senator Schwartner's got a potentially amendment to make it apply to everybody, which that would keep us from having a have and a have not in the sense of protection. But the city of Midlothian had expressed a concern that they've been doing for a couple of years. They've been working on an annexation issue, some for, some against, but doing the public outreach that comes with that.
Yes, sir.
Based upon the way the bill is written, without a grandfathering period, once the bill passed, went to the governor, became immediately effective, would essentially wipe away the 2.5 years of work they've been doing. As a person that's been in this arena, how would you recommend some sort of grandfathering so that we protect citizens with the bill, but that work that's been done in relationship to other annexations isn't set aside or has to be repeated. The cost of those cities isn't repeated again.
Senator, a thought, and again, I don't know that that's going to change my opposition to the bill, but you could put in place that a requirement that any strategic partnerships, any annexation conversations that had taken place, in other words, if those things had taken place before that time, that those were exempted from the criteria of the bill. Again, if you go back in every case, and as I said, I created utility districts that were in the city of Houston. Part of the consent to that creation, and the only way you could have that consent was if you were in the ETJ, was a recognition you were in the ETJ, and at some point in time, you could be annexed.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Creighton?
Yes, Mayor, thank you for your testimony and for being here. And I know, along with your testimony in the Government Reform Committee yesterday, how hard you work and that you're strongly advocating on behalf of the work that you do in the council and their work and the planning involved. But you and I both know that many shared constituents between legislators and municipalities are frustrated with every level of government. They're frustrated with the cities, they're frustrated with the counties, they're frustrated with the state level, and they're frustrated definitely with the federal level for failing to listen. And so when we talk about living within our means, that's not a reflection on your particular work at the city that you represent. It's just a statement that our shared constituencies, it's not perception, it's their opinion that we could do more with less. And of course, you're able to live within your means from the way you personally define that, because you live in and reside in, and your city is located in one of the fastest growing counties in America. Your tax base is expanding, your revenue is expanding, and we all have to decide, what does it mean to live within our means? If you're taking in 8, 9, 10% new revenue in certain years, and yet that is being spent and not always pay as you go, and yet tax rates are not being lowered as appraisals on homes go up to match that revenue at an equilibrium for money in the door compared with how much money the taxpayers are being charged on their tax bill. Because your rate may be staying the same, but their bills, our bills, are all going up because of what's happening at the appraisal district. We're never going to pass, nor should we ever allow a state income tax to be implemented in Texas. But taxpayers, property taxpayers, are suffocating, absolutely suffocating with these increased appraisals and the way that local governments are receiving revenue, yet they're not getting relief on their rate. I mentioned earlier that the logic behind saying that cities are going to be bankrupt or in a terrible financial situation, and that fire and police protection will suffer and parks can't be maintained and services can't be maintained at a certain level unless continued annexation takes place. The logic is just not there, because when you max out your ETJs, what happens then? There is a point to where we all have to decide that we have to do more with less, or maintain, or make sacrifice, because the taxpayer just cannot sustain the level that we're on. We understand the strategic partnerships, we understand the agreements that are in place. Most of those are in place because that was banking on the fact that the legislature would never pass annexation reform where voters could have a say. So local developers cut deals with municipalities, banking on having some sort of a negotiation to where that future annexation might or might not take place and revenue can still change hands. But if 500 people attended a hearing that you held and 100% of them were for annexation, which I have never seen, but I certainly agree and trust your opinion. That if you say that's the case, that I believe that's the case.
Senator, I'll do you one better.
And
I've got two more coming.
Let me finish just real quick. Then those 500 people will vote at the polls to accept that annexation plan. And if the cost of that election is $10,000, let's say the cost of that election is 10 grand, if 500 people that were unanimous at your public hearing said we want to be taken into the city, if that just represents 250 homes, because many of them were couples, and those homes were just $200,000 in value, let's say on average, that's $50 million in expanded tax base that you can assess your ad valorem tax rate against, and you're going to be fine on that 10 grand for that election. You're going to be just fine. You're going to get your money back. But the fact that those people had a say and were unanimous at the polls in allowing your city to take them in, TML and cities all over Texas could trumpet and amplify and advertise that success rate from Beaumont to El Paso as testimony that all ETJs and all residents must obviously want to be taken into the city and provided those city services. But there are a lot of communities that are well established that have been paying on mud debt for years and years, and that debt's almost paid off, and they've almost got that ad valorem to where they can lower it or get rid of it. And then just like Houston did, they took Kingwood and 25,000 homes, and water tripled in cost, fire and response and EMS times and response times went down, streets and the level of quality of their maintenance diminished and decreased, and subsequent mayors for the city of Houston said, you know, we never really should have done that. The numbers just don't make sense. Yet forever and ever those families will have an ad valorem for a city that now doesn't want them. And so the people always will be smart enough to make the right decision. And yes, your level of government is held accountable at the ballot box. And yes, there are public hearings, but some of those are during the day, some of those are at night. All of our families are working hard, raising kids, running their habits every day, trying to make life make sense. They just can't make those hearings. And through our office's research, we have rarely seen a city compelled to reverse their annexation plans because of testimony at a public hearing. We've rarely seen them reverse their plans, pro or con, because that's their plans that are in place. And we have to let the public know that we as politicians feel that they are smart enough to determine their own self-governance. So thank you, Mayor, for your time. And Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment based on some of the things that I've heard here today.
Thank you. And thank you again for being here, Mayor.
One last comment, if I may.
Absolutely.
Senator and Mayor, your comments are well taken. I'm sitting here, though, thinking about the tremendous challenges that cities like Sugar Land and others are having in my district, your district, every district, in terms of growth. Over 1,000 people coming to Texas a day because this is a great state to live in, and it is. And we're making it better after this special session. And I, for one, want to point out that don't count out people that live in the cities, because they pay their share of county taxes as well to maintain and create new infrastructure in the county areas of the state, in the county areas of that particular county. Sugar Land, people living inside of Sugar Land, in the city limits, the mayor pays, if he lives inside, which I'm sure he does, obviously, he pays county taxes, and those taxes go. He might not even ever go out there to the county, but they go to build, maintain infrastructure, county roads, and other services out there. And that's something that a lot of people forget. I think people living inside the city limits pay their fair share of taxes as well to maintain the entire county. So, there's a lot of ways of looking at this, and certainly there's challenges out there in terms of how we're going to be able to make things make ends meet. And I certainly appreciate the leadership, but I would hope that in the process, whatever process finally takes place, that there is an opportunity for the public to voice their concerns or their ideas, their recommendations. But I think the people in the city also should be given a lot of credit, for the growth that is taking place outside the areas of where they live in, because they're paying taxes in that regard.
Thank you, Senator. We're not the evil empire.
Thank you.
Of course not. Senator, thank you, Senator Lucio and Mayor Zimmerman. Mr. Okay, let me say this right. Cardenas. Senator Zaffarini, apparently she's known you for a long time, right? Since you were born.
Before I was born, probably. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Alberto Cardenas, Jr. I serve as a counsel at the Houston-based law firm of Vincent & Elkins. Together with my colleagues over various decades, we have represented an array of clients, many of whom have industrial district agreements with various municipalities throughout the state. I come to you today on their behalf and in coordination with our efforts to work with others, including clients and associations representing industry. My testimony discusses one initial concern relating to Senate Bill 6. This concern pertains solely to the possible early termination of industrial district agreements. Section 43.0116 of Senate Bill 6 states, notwithstanding any other law, it begins with that provision, a municipality may annex all or part of the area located in an industrial district designated by the governing body of a municipality subject to Section 42.044. We believe that a clarifying provision is needed because, as written, the legislation could in effect end an industrial district agreement before the expiration of its term. As written again, the Senate bill could allow a municipality to void the immunity annexation, which is found in 42.044C, and that can go up to 15 years based on the agreement between the parties, the municipality and the industrial district territory owner. We look forward to working with the bill's author and this committee to provide that clarification, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator, we'll let Senator Campbell, you wanted to comment? Since you're the author, I'll let you go first because maybe you have some thoughts, and Senator Zaffarini, I'll recognize you. Turn on your microphone. Thank you.
I just wanted to say industrial agreements are protected. Any clarifying language that needs to be put in, we're happy to do that. Working with the governor's office just to make sure everything, we've got everything tweaked because we have the intent to protect industrial agreements. Thank you. Thank you.
I would just add to that we will look at this as we move forward. I know Senator Campbell's committed to this. The way the process kind of doing it quickly here, so we're not doing amendments and so forth in committee. I'm sure that's something that we'll look at before the bill hits the floor if it gets there. And Senator Campbell?
And this is a Creighton amendment that we had on last time. This isn't anything new, but if the language is not clear enough, we most certainly are up for clarifying language.
Okay. Does that make you feel better?
We appreciate it, and we understand, we share your concern. Our concern is that an agreement, and I'll give the Houston Ship Channel Industrial District agreements as a case study. They don't expire until 2027. They're all coordinated to expire at the same time.
Right.
In the event that this legislation were to pass as written, a city like the city of Houston could come in the next year and say, we're going to void the agreements that expire later down the road, and we're going to go ahead and proceed with annexation pursuant to the provisions
right.
that
and
are
I
written.
think there are other counties like Brazoria County where there's big, petrochemical complexes and so forth. We'll make sure that that's corrected. All right, Senator Zaffarini?
Thank you, and Madam Chair, and Senator Campbell and Senator Huffman have addressed my question, which is basically, do you have that clarifying language ready for us?
We do, and we will submit it. I will submit it.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You can hand it to Senator Campbell, and look at this. We're working it out. Thank you. All right, thanks for being here. Melinda Ramos?
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and committee members, Melinda Ramos, Senior Assistant City Attorney for the City of Fort Worth, in opposition to Senate Bill 6.
A little closer. It's real hard to hear in this room.
I'm sorry,
Thank
I'm
you.
short. Senate Bill 6 creates several practical difficulties for the city. It frustrates the ability of our city to implement our comprehensive plan in coordination with our capital improvement planning. As you all know, the comp plan is required under the local government code and is intended to provide a blueprint for the city's growth in both within our city limits and our ETJ. Secondly, the requirement to negotiate and enter into written agreements for services with the owners of land for each owner-initiated annexation creates the likelihood of different service levels being provided for each annexation. This has the potential to create confusion among residents and city departments, as well as personnel to which the city services are being provided in a particular area. There are more specific concerns related to the language and processes described within the bill and are as follows. What happens if more than 50% of owners in an area request annexation, but it fails to meet the 100% required by the process described in C3? What process would they follow? Since this would be an owner-initiated request, the process described in C3 seems most appropriate to the City of Fort Worth. There is an inconsistency in how timeframes are described, business days versus calendar days. For example, line 1825 refers to business days. However, the process, line 19-9 uses the 20th day versus the 10th day. It does have consequences to use calendar days versus business days. There's a lack of consistency of who must be notified or sign a petition. Is it the resident, is it the registered voter, or is it the property owner in C4 and C5? Lastly, the requirement to hold an election in an area wherein the majority of the qualified voters in the election vote for the annexation may be nullified by property owners would be contrary to the purpose of the bill to give each person a vote and whether they want to be annexed by the city. And so, I thank you for your time.
Craig Farmer.
My name is Craig Farmer, Director of Planning and Development for the City of Weatherford. We are adjacent to the City of Fort Worth. We are told I'm representing Mayor Swansea and the City Council in opposition to the bill as written. We have similar concerns. We are told as a Tier 1 city not to worry. However, Fort Worth abuts us. We have substantial areas in a Tier 1 county, Parker County. Their ETJ is in effect Tier 2 ETJ. One of our concerns is the ability of uses other than residential to go in without punity and without the ability to implement fire codes, building codes, and those sorts of things. Fort Worth would not be able to annex sexually oriented businesses, hazardous material uses, auto salvage yards, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That would be right up against our future city limits. Secondly, my understanding is even colonias in El Paso would probably not be able to be annexed. So we don't have a concern about El Paso, but I just brought that up. Our real issue is if the problem is annexation of existing residential communities, why can't this bill be tailored to residential? Our concerns are the hazardous industrial uses like West fertilizer plants and those sorts of things. That's a general law city and they did not have the ability to annex it ever. If it was oriented towards 100 parcels or something like that and then having a petition process, that would be much better for us. Fort Worth concerns us. The future of our city depends on the future of Fort Worth. The people in the Walsh Ranch and other areas developing in our ETJ and in their ETJ will shop in Weatherford, and the mayor and the city council are deeply concerned about the ability of Fort Worth to annex within a Tier 1 county in their Tier 2 ETJ. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Senator Zaffarini.
One question. In your written testimony, sir, you write that the 57 pages of amendments have unintended consequences that negatively affect cities in both urban and rural counties. Could you give us a few examples of those unintended consequences that are so negative?
Well, first of all, I guess no one knows exactly how many cities. For example, Azle in Tarrant County would not be able to annex. A second issue is cities like Weatherford can annex under one set of rules, but adjacent cities that have a piece of Tarrant County have a different set of rules. So we actually have an unlevel playing field between cities, to be honest. And again, if the issue is residential, we should focus on residential.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, I'll call one more time Mayor Freeman. Mayor Freeman, I guess he's not here. Well, he had registered a position against the bill. And that is the end of this panel. Thank you very much. I think we had a good discussion. Thank you. We'll call up the next panel, James Dickey, Donald Nicholas, Peter Zanoni, Brian Matthew, and Mary Elliott. All right, Mr. Dickey, you could go ahead and start since you're sitting there.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Senators. It's my pleasure to be with you today. I am James Dickey, representing myself and the Republican Party of Texas as its chairman. The platform of the Republican Party of Texas speaks strongly on the issue of annexation in its property rights plank, which is plank number 37. The relevant portions of that plank read as follows. Property ownership and free enterprise, the foundation of our collective wealth, must not be abridged nor denied by government. We support legislation to protect these bedrock rights. Areas of concern include annexation and extraterritorial jurisdiction. Property owners should be notified of their rights, and the issues should be administered by elected officials accountable to voters. The best representation of that accountability is for the property owners, the registered voters within that territory, to have the right to vote on that decision. This plank was passed by the delegates of the 2016 convention with a 95.83% approval rating. Texas is one of the few remaining states to allow forced municipal annexation. For a state with a proud history of standing for private property rights, this is an unacceptable reality. With often little notice of their rights regarding annexation, property owners become forced to pay new taxes and are powerless under current law to change their situation. When annexation is absolutely necessary, it should be administered by elected officials who are accountable to voters, not unelected commissions or political appointees. We strongly support SB 6. Private properties are a bedrock principle of a free society, and the right of property owners in Texas must be better protected on this issue. Please vote for SB 6.
Thank you, sir. Donald Nicholas.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
My name is Donald Nichols. I represent the Bexar County Democratic Party Executive Committee and my own precinct, which is currently affected by this annexation issue. I'm in support of this bill because our area is a 40-year-old neighborhood. We have no economic generators except for one family-owned funeral home. And that's not going to generate enough to pay for the taxes that are being raised. And the area that wants to raise our taxes and take us in with the annexation can't even take care of themselves. They're a small municipality, and we have better services at the present time than they can provide after the annexation. So I'm all for the bill. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Madam
Nichols.
Chair.
Yes, Senator.
Just one comment.
Yeah, Campbell.
Your testimony is exactly what we've heard from folks. Right now you have better services than you would have after annexation.
That is correct.
So and this also shows us that this is a bipartisan thing. This is a citizen thing. Right. So thank you for that. And thank you, congratulations to you, James Dickey, on your newly elected chairmanship.
Thank you very much.
And Mr. Nichols, I see that you are a Democratic precinct chair in your hometown. Is that correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
And then we have the chair of the Republican Party here, so that's a good.
But you're
makes your point.
Not just a precinct, right?
I'm a precinct chair and a member of the County Executive Committee.
Yes, very good. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay, Mr. Zanoni.
Thank you, Chair Huffman. I'm Peter Zanoni, Deputy City Manager with the City of San Antonio, and I'm here today to register our opposition against the Senate bill. The City of San Antonio's City Council several years ago approved a policy plan for annexation for the city, and within that plan there were several policy statements on the benefits of annexation, and that includes providing economic development in the City of San Antonio, providing zoning controls for land that is not in the city, and so providing better controls of development that's compatible. Another policy statement that the City Council approved includes protecting our military bases in the City of San Antonio. And then fourthly, another policy statement in the plan includes providing urban level services to areas that may need them. Now, we know that in the city of San Antonio, we have a pretty robust public engagement process. We think the current law with an engaged and robust public input process works. In our last annexation action that we took, we went beyond the state law of required public hearings and went out to the communities, much like Sugarland expressed today, engaging the community in many occasions. And from that, our annexation plan of recent changed considerably. The city went from what was proposed to annex 39 square miles to 17, so about 50%. That would have impacted initially about 78,000 residents, but because of a robust public input process, we actually only annexed about 13,000, so only 15%. The City of San Antonio City Council believes three things should be in existence with current law.
And you're out of time, but I know Senator Zaffarini has some questions for you, so you should probably follow up. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, what amendments do you have to propose to improve this bill to protect the city of San Antonio, including specifically to protect the military bases?
Yes, with us here today is Juan Ayala, so he'll speak more on the military bases, but there are three amendments that we're looking for. One is to protect the military bases with a 5-mile buffer that would be consistent with the JBSA studies. A second one would be to protect existing agreements. We've worked with county-appointed negotiators that represented the community in 281 North of 1604 as an example. And so there's 3 non-annexation agreements that would end in 2034 with voluntary annexation. So those 3, and there's a few others in the city, we want to protect existing non-annexation agreements. And then thirdly, we want to protect the Converse interlocal agreement with the city of San Antonio. The city of Converse, which is a smaller suburban city in Bexar County, and the city of San Antonio recently developed a 17-year annexation plan where the city would relinquish about 3 square miles of territory to Converse, the commercial corridors along I-10 and 1604. And Converse would annex square miles in their city that today we've heard about them. It's the Camelot neighborhoods where there's no garbage collection, at least there wasn't, the city stepped in. And so that agreement that's in place, we want to have a protection for that if there's any change in the law.
Thank you. Are there any other negative impacts of the bill that you believe could be corrected by amendments?
That could be protected by amendments? We believe those are the 3 that would be best protected. The military protection, honoring the existing agreements, and protecting that 17-year Converse San Antonio interlocal agreement.
Thank you. Do you know how many cities there are within Bexar County that are also in other counties?
That are also in other counties?
Yes.
Not too, I don't know the exact answer. No, the city of San Antonio does reach into 2 other counties.
And which are those 2 other counties?
I believe it's Comel and yeah, I'm not sure of the other one. There's one in the west and one in the north.
So that would move those cities into your tier with a population of more than 500,000 in Bexar County.
Right, potentially.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. Then we have Brian Matthew.
Madam Chair and members of the committee, my name is Brian Matthew, and I'm a policy analyst with the Texas Public Policy Foundation, here to testify in support of SB 6. I know everyone here is familiar with the issue, so I just want to focus my time on 2 main points. The first point is that at bottom, annexation reform is an issue of justice, of right and wrong. You're going to hear, as you have heard already, opponents of the bill say that the forced annexation system is a necessary tool for city growth. Now, I would dispute that, but I'd like instead for you to consider what forced annexation actually means. It means you have a new government forced upon you by city officials that you did not elect to pay back debt that you didn't run up, to finance services that you don't need or want. And that's why the governor accurately called this taxation without representation. The second point I want to emphasize is that this is not your father's form of annexation. What's going on now? In the last few years, we've seen cities going around 3 or 4 smaller municipalities to reach into areas of the unincorporated county where there are high-value neighborhoods, places where they can maximize revenue, and they're skirting around quote-unquote low-value areas because they don't want to have to provide services to those areas. This is an abuse of their power. That's why the governor also called this government piracy. This bill, SB 6, begins to unravel the structure of forced annexation, and that's why it has our support. Please pass it. Thank you.
And Mary Elliott.
Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. My name is Mary Elliott, Planning Manager for Platting and Annexation, City of Fort Worth, speaking in opposition to Senate Bill 6. Senate Bill 6 rewrites legislation that has evolved over the past 100 years, from tested legislation and court decisions. Texas cities currently lead the nation in population growth and economic development. Fort Worth provides transportation, financial, legal, cultural, and educational amenities to the entire Dallas-Fort Worth, Arlington region. Cities need annexation authority since infrastructure frequently needs to be addressed regionally. When property owners choose to plat and develop their property, they frequently will request that Fort Worth provide assistance to oversized water lines. They may ask to help address regional stormwater retention and may ask to provide financial relief for arterial roadways. There are multiple other ways that cities address regional needs as well. By fragmenting municipal boundaries through overly restrictive annexation legislation, cities will not be able to effectively address regional needs that support public health, safety, and welfare. The annexation bill is also problematic because it would heavily restrict the city's ability to annex property in the ETJ to protect our Joint Reserve Base. The Joint Reserve Base in Fort Worth serves an important military and economic role in the city. The city has tried to protect the base through zoning, but where property is in the ETJ, there are few controls. The city needs to be able to use all tools available to protect the base. The limitation to 1/4 mile is not sufficient to support the training area for the base. May I say one more thing? A comment was made earlier that you've never heard of a case where the city has not annexed if someone has come out in opposition. This past year, we chose not to annex an area because the area came in and spoke with us, and through our very robust public hearing and outreach process.
All right, thank you. Okay, that concludes this panel. Senator Lucio.
Brian, could I ask you a couple of questions, if I may? First of all, who should have a greater say on annexation, the property owners or renters that live in those areas?
Under the legislation which we support, property owners have a say if 50% of the registered voters in the area if over 50% of the land, in the area to be annexed is not owned by the registered voters in the area. And I think that strikes an appropriate balance. So we support what's in the legislation as it is.
Would it be proper to say that if an area is annexed where renters live, they pay a little higher fee, call it a fee, renter's fee to be able to live there so that the owner can pay taxes? Would it be fair to say that?
I'm not sure I follow, sir, but I'm just basically saying that I think the way the legislation is filed strikes an appropriate balance between making sure that voters in an area have a say and also respecting the rights of property owners who may not be registered voters.
So when property is being annexed, whose rights are being infringed? Property owners or renters? Property owners?
Property owners and the registered voters in the area.
Registered voters who are property owners?
And registered voters, qualified voters in the area. Any
registered voter?
Yes, sir.
That lives in that area?
Yes, sir.
Whether he owns or doesn't own property?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As currently drafted, does the bill allow for the situation to happen where property renters to vote in favor of annexation or override the wishes of property owners who may be against it?
I'm sorry, sir. I'm feeling
right. I'll restate it again.
Sure.
As currently drafted, this bill.
Yes, sir.
Does the bill allow for the situation to happen where property renters to vote in favor of annexation and override the wishes of property owners who may be against it?
I don't believe so, as currently written. The way the process is now, as I understand it, is that when a Tier 2 city tries to annex an area, the first step is to see whether registered voters in the area own over half of the property in the area. If they do, then if they don't, then there needs to be a vote by the registered voters in the area, plus a petition where over half of the petitioners, the property owners, by petition consent to the annexation. So again, I think Senator Campbell is to be commended for striking a really good balance between qualified voters within an area that are to be annexed and property owners who may not be registered voters in that area.
So I guess at this point, Senator Campbell, we before this bill gets to the floor, we would like to have, a complete not idea, but a complete list of those that will be able to vote on an annexation issue. And you'll be able to obviously provide that, even if it's in your legislative intent, part of the discussion.
So what I'm thinking I can answer it now.
Go ahead.
Specifically, your question is if registered voters do not make up greater than 50%, say they vote yes, they want to be annexed. However, 50% of the property owners say no, correct?
Right.
Then it still has to, then it's property. Then they do not get annexed.
Okay.
If registered voters
part of
say
those
no.
registered voters could be renters.
If registered voters say no, it's done. If 50% of the property, if 50% of property owners also have to agree, because it's a property owner's right, not a renter's right. But registered voters are yes. Property owners are yes. If 50% of the property owners.
Well, there might be some renters that live in an apartment complex outside the city limits that might vote to be annexed because of the services that are provided by the city.
Correct, but this bill is about property owners' property rights.
That's the point I want to make. So they are not part of the annexation.
Yes, they are. The registered voters must say yes. If they say no, it stops everything.
And those registered voters must be property owners.
No, the registered voters, period. Get to vote. And if they say no, it's done.
Okay. Thank you.
More than 50%. Yes. Thank you.
Okay, I think this panel, I think y'all are done. Thank you very much for being here. We'll call up the next panel. Barbara Green, Juan Ayala, Scott Houston, Jason Pack, and Virginia Collier. All right, Barbara Green, are you seated? You Barbara? Anyone Barbara? You're Barbara?
Yes.
You can go ahead, thank you.
Okay.
You can go first.
This is one bill that, in this special session, should be an easy decision for legislators because it is a nonpartisan bill that affects every citizen. It's a vote to correct a terrible flaw in our system. It's a vote for your constituents' rights to vote under the Constitution, not just when it's convenient for a city. And it's a vote for your constituents' pocketbooks. City councils, instead of being good stewards of their citizens' tax dollars and coordinators of services, have behaved like rulers. They've run amok with grand plans and very big salaries. They need some course correction and someone to rein them in. I think they need to redefine their job to focus on needs instead of wants. Leave it to businesses to grow the economy, and the city will benefit. There have been enough publicity on the subject so that most people know what's fake and what facts are. Fake. San Antonio City Council says the police and fire departments can handle the added area. Fact. Not even the police and firemen agree with that. And when the City Council says they're only short 250 officers, what they mean is that's their budgeted number. When we discount those who are not ready to answer actual calls, San Antonio falls far short of adequate coverage. And Dallas, who is a smaller area, has over 1,000 more police officers than San Antonio, and they say they need more. Camp Bullis. San Antonio's City Council is the worst offender rather than the protector. Shall I finish my paragraph?
Well, why don't you just wrap up your thought?
Well,
you don't have to read it. Just tell us what you think. Wrap up your thought.
In that particular area, San Antonio is the worst offender of the dark skies ordinance. And as if Fiesta, Texas isn't bad enough, and Topgolf, whose business it is to light up the skies, they're now putting in street lights out I-10 miles from San Antonio.
Okay, thank you.
More unwanted lights, more unwanted expense. It's a threat to our liberty and our finances.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Ms. Green? Okay, thank you. Juan Ayala?
Chair Huffman and members of the committee, I am Major General Juan Ayala, United States Marine Corps retired. I'm currently the Director of Military Affairs to the City of San Antonio. I served for 36 years on active duty, to include commanding all 24 Marine Corps installations worldwide. I know the challenges of urban encroachment to military missions and how the military's presence can play a significant role in the economic and social fabric of communities, to include our great city of San Antonio. I'm also fully aware of the importance of local, community, state, and federal support in ensuring that cities and states do not lose their military missions or have their bases closed due to base realignment and closing or BRAC actions. In our city, we have proactively worked together for years to resolve these compatibility issues by utilizing the full spectrum of joint land use studies for planning. JLUSs are a result of a collaborative process between communities, the military, landowners, and they're intended to resolve encroachment issues between the military and its civilian neighbors, while taking into account the region's economic development, preserving military readiness, and protecting military installations. Madam Chair, SB 6 in its present form will not protect our military installations. In fact, I believe it makes them vulnerable to routine defense cuts as well as BRAC actions. I'm also in agreement with the letters from the Commanding General of Joint Base San Antonio, the Mayor of San Antonio, and other officials to the members of the Texas Legislature, expressing these officials' legitimate concerns of the military losing their ability to sustain their mission readiness. If wording is not included in any proposed legislation to protect the areas surrounding active military installations, and I'm going by the joint land use study of 5 miles, not a quarter mile or a half a mile, I'm troubled, as our military leaders are, who I am in contact constantly, by the notion that the senior military officers who have expressed these legitimate and factual concerns regarding encroachment have been led or pressured to do so. The BRAC process includes community support as an element in decision making. Any decision by our own Texas legislature which will not actively protect our military when given the clear opportunity to do so will be perceived by BRAC scores as a lack of community support. Finally, I ask the chair and members of the committee to take into consideration the gravity of losing our military installations, which generate $49 billion with a B yearly in economic impact to the state of Texas.
Thank you, sir.
Let's send a strong signal to the Department of Defense that the state of Texas fully supports the military. Thank you, ma'am. I apologize.
That's all right. Senator Zaffarini.
Thank you, Madam Chair. General, earlier the deputy manager from the city of San Antonio said that he had some proposed amendments, and I see that you turned in not only your written testimony, but also the written testimony of Mayor Ron Nirenberg from the city of San Antonio. Do you have specific amendments for us to consider, or will the amendments addressed by the deputy manager address your concerns?
Yeah, Senator, I think the ones submitted by Mr. Zanoni are adequate. Again, I'm going strictly by the year-long study, the Joint Land Use Study, that is a study that is conducted in collaboration with the military, the city, the counties, actually the cities, developers, and landowners. That's a year-long study, and it recommended a 5-mile limit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Senator Campbell.
Members, if you will just allow me to, and thank you so much, General Ayala, and any of our veterans who have served, and I just would say that, and you know, a reminder, there are veterans, we will protect our bases, which we do, and our veterans, when they serve for, again, the freedoms of individuals, not the freedom of government. But annexation reform and protecting our bases from encroachment are two separate issues. They're not conflicting goals, and there's no reason to believe that we cannot effectively address both. There's no evidence to suggest that annexation by San Antonio has curbed development around the city's bases. In fact, the tallest structures and densest development within 5 miles of Camp Bullis, located in San Antonio, are all within the city limits. Topgolf, Six Flags, The Rim, 1.8 million square miles of shops and hotels. That makes me more concerned of land use annexed by City of San Antonio. I don't need to tell any of us the importance of our military. I mean, it is an economic generator, second largest economy for us in Texas. But again, our bases are the active symbol of freedom. And these freedoms include the right to determine who governs us and where we choose to live. Some have paid the ultimate sacrifice to protect those freedoms. And that's really what annex reform is about, protecting Texans' property rights. There's no doubt that all of us Texas lawmakers want to do everything we can to protect our military. However, there are a number of tools in the toolbox, members, that can be used to protect our bases. Giving me just a little latitude because it won't take long. Dark sky ordinances already out there around Camp Bullis, Bexar and Comal counties, helping to protect nighttime training. And I'm just cutting this short. The Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grants, which the governor has, fought for, and we got, between the last two sessions, $50 million. And these can be partnered. They were used in San Antonio 2 different times. These dollars can also be supplemented with local matching and federal dollars. So, General Ayala, I just want to ask you one specific thing real quick. Have any of those dollars been used through the Readiness and Environmental Protection Integration Funding?
Yes, they are being processed right now to be able to do that, to buy a tract of land by Randolph Air Force Base.
I thought we already bought that.
It's a done deal, but we haven't implemented.
So that's an example of how dollars we have put in are helping to preserve our base. That tool is out there, and we fight for that. Conservation easements and parks. The best way to insulate our bases is through conservation easements and purchasing private land for parks along the existing fence line when it's appropriate. The implementation of more restrictions and ordinances on property owners around military bases without a compensation, that's not property rights. That violates our property rights. We've passed, this session and last session especially, very strong early disclosure of potential development legislation, which allows, under state law, cities and counties that they have the ability to partner with military bases to increase awareness, and they talk now regarding potential developments in construction. Now, the Regional Military Sustainability Commission, has San Antonio set that up?
No.
Okay, so here is a tool that San Antonio has chosen not to set up yet it was put out in the 81st legislation. It's a 9-member commission designed specifically with Joint Base San Antonio in mind. Under Local Government Code 397A, government entities with military interest in their jurisdiction have the authority to recommend compatible development standards within 2-mile radius of an impact military base, and to review and reject permits for new projects in an unincorporated area, or ETJ. Then there's the Joint Airport Zoning Board. We have that set up? Okay. Now, this is a board that's already there then, and this is regarding tall structures that could impact flight paths, affecting our naval or Air Force bases, and it's got to be approved if they've set it up, Joint Airport Zoning Board. So these are all tools. Now I want to show you something. I've got one for everybody. But if you look at this piece of paper, you see there's dark at the top and light at the bottom. This is for the light ordinance. The city of, where it's the brightest, there's the most light. Where it's the brightest is the city of San Antonio, where they have, that's their city limits. So when you talk about dark skies, the darkest area around Camp Bullis is part that is not annexed by city of San Antonio. It's still covered by other things. So all of that to say, I respect General Ayala. Thank you very much. The city of San Antonio couldn't have picked a better person to be an advocate for him. But we respect our military bases and we will defend them. But to use our military bases and the risk that they might be shut down if we don't allow annexation is a false narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Campbell, and we do appreciate the DEAC funding. But let me talk about another false narrative.
Okay, but briefly.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't really need.
I'm sorry because
we've gone over the tools.
We have
Thank you,
16
Madam
citizens
Chair.
waiting to testify.
Okay.
So, but I think we've had a good discussion. Yeah, we've had a good discussion, and you have a question? You may ask a question. Yes.
Why don't, in the presentation we just heard from Senator Campbell, how can you counter that to make us, believe we should vote for this bill? Not vote for this bill.
Yes, thank you, Senator. The early disclosure of the 9-member commission is unfunded. And so that's an unfunded mandate that the city, and we talked at the Joint Base San Antonio, and it's just, and so I can answer that way. But the city of San Antonio and the military, I'll talk about the military specifically. The military is not against development. They're not against development at all. They want compatible development with the civilian community. And that's a great example you give with Camp Bullis. Camp Bullis is a great example. Camp Bullis is a gem. Camp Bullis is a great example of compatible development. And I'll tell you why. Because the city of San Antonio has worked very diligently with developers, businesses, neighborhood associations, and all the civilians around there to make sure that two things happen. One, Camp Bullis is still able to do their mission. And two, the civilians in the surrounding communities are able, like I said, can do economic development, and they are also safe. But let me just give you some examples. To date, less than 1/3 of the land surrounding Camp Bullis has been developed. Again, it's not no development, it's compatible development. Camp Bullis joint land use, the JLU's municipal zoning ordinances that the senator described, they're key tools because we work with, the military works with the community. They did pass a military lighting overlay district, which agreements were made with the businesses to include Topgolf and some of the others that she mentioned, that at certain hours, their lights go off or they're turned down, which allows night vision goggle training. Passed a military sound attenuation overlay district to ensure that there were no noise complaints. Enhanced the tree preservation ordinance. Passed an ordinance, an endangered species development coordination ordinance, and implemented that a comment system for the military. Comment system is great, but it's not the law. And developers can either accept the comments from the military or not accept the comments from the military. So my point is that the training that the military does is compatible, and that's what they want, compatible to with the community. It's compatible land use. It's not either or. They want to work with the community, and they do so at every turn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And I will just say, first of all, that without going into any lengthy discussion, that Camp Bullis, the area of Camp Bullis, has been annexed almost halfway around by City of San Antonio. The other part, there's a section that is 15-year agreement with people for them not to annex it. The whole upper part is between Comal and Kendall, and then there's Camp Stanley. So the base is actually protected already, compatible. They're asking for 5 miles. 5 miles. And if you take that around all the bases in San Antonio, you've taken about 60% of Bexar County that they want to be able to annex. So with that, I'm just saying, we as a legislator for the past few sessions have done everything we can to make sure we shore up our bases. And we're not threatening that with this annexation. We are compatible. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Scott Houston?
Madam Chair, my name is Scott Houston. I'm the General Counsel of the Texas Municipal League here in opposition to the bill. There's a lot of things I'd like to say, but I'm going to focus on this. A comparison of Texas to other states that require a vote for an annexation is in and of itself a false narrative. The state of Texas is the only populous state in the United States that does not share state-generated revenue with its cities to provide regional services that benefit the region around its cities and thus the economy of the state as a whole. So saying that folks should have a vote would be akin to saying maybe Texas should have a regional tax for these areas or maybe even an income tax. States like Arizona, for example. Arizona generates $1.2 billion in state-generated revenue each year that is given back to its cities to provide regional services such as transportation and economic development. They only have 87 cities in San Antonio. That means Phoenix gets $87 million a year from the state of Arizona to provide regional services. We don't have that in Texas. So I want everyone to be very clear, this is a major shift in how services are financed in the state of Texas. And with the few seconds I have left, there's a couple of things that we've heard with explanations about what the bill does that have been incorrect. For example, the questions about what cities that are leaning over into different counties, how they annex, those explanations weren't exactly correct, as well as the explanation that was given to Senator Lucio about the apartment owners and whether or not they'd be able to be annexed. In the situation that the scenario that Senator Lucio gave, if the 100 people that or 250 people that lived in an apartment all voted to be annexed, the property owner, even if it was one property owner, could veto what the wishes of those voters were.
Do you have a question? No? Okay. Yes, Senator Zafran.
Sir, my notes say that Texas actually ranked 47th in how much money the states give to the cities, above only West Virginia, Oklahoma, and Georgia. And that approximately 4% of a city's budget comes from state aid, and hundreds of cities actually receive 0 state dollars. Texas cities rank second behind only Oklahoma's in municipal own source capacity. So basically, how do you believe that city services specifically would be impacted if cities lost the authority to annex, given that you're not getting money from the state?
Yes, ma'am. There's two components to annexation. Number one is the property tax. Now, residential areas that are annexed don't always generate even enough to cover the amount that they're costing a city. But cities annex for not just that reason, they do it for development. There's no, in these other populous states, counties have some development authority. You've heard folks from Bexar County in previous sessions talk about them not having that. So cities are the only way to address this massive population influx that's coming into a region. Now, the people that live just on the outskirts of the city take advantage of all those things that the cities provide, but they don't pay for it. But San Antonio is a good example. My understanding is that of the area that was targeted by San Antonio for annexation last year, which they've severely rolled back in response to citizen input and other reasons, of the people that live in that ETJ, almost 80% of them work within the city of San Antonio. So in many of those cases, the companies and businesses that were there wouldn't be there except for economic development incentives given by San Antonio. They wouldn't be there if not for the transportation, cultural, and other infrastructure that was provided by the city. So essentially what you have is city taxpayers supporting a regional burden that's more reasonably supported by everyone that lives in that region. And that's the difference between Texas and other states that share state-generated revenue recognizing that. The system that we have in Texas is one that was created by your forefathers and foremothers over 100 years ago. And it was created intentionally to keep control of regional economies regional. And if you go ahead and take away the ability of cities to annex to deal with the population growth that we're dealing with, and if caps on city revenue that have been proposed go into place, you're creating a very dangerous experiment that's never been tried in any other state in the nation. So I'm fearful for what those effects would be on the Texas economy. Would they be next week, next year? Probably not. But over the course of years, very detrimental is what our belief is.
So if the state continues to give very little or zero money to the cities that offer services that cumulatively benefit the entire state, and then curbs the city's ability to extend their tax base, what could be the possible negative impact on the Texas economy?
One of the biggest ones would be economic development. Most of the economic development incentives in Texas that are given, the enterprise fund is a very small component. Most of the billions and billions of dollars of economic development incentives that are given to make businesses come to Texas are given by Texas cities, and those are paid for by city taxpayers. The incentive to do that, if all those who are benefiting from it can't be made to do so, could be very detrimental.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pat?
Good afternoon, Senators. Predatory annexations hurts emergency services outside of the annexing municipalities, often without thought of those emergency services that those people receive. We support Senate Bill 6 as it will allow us in the county to continue to serve our citizens like we should.
Who is we?
Sorry?
Who is we?
Travis County Fire Rescue, ESD
Travis
11.
County Fire, thank you.
Let's see, Virginia Collier.
Thank you for your time this afternoon. My name is Virginia Collier. I'm a city planner here at the City of Austin and here to speak to you this afternoon against Senate Bill 6. I wanted to point out a section of the bill that treats Austin differently from other affected cities, and more specifically, just some areas of Austin differently. This section was not included in the version of the bill that was voted on by the Texas Senate. Senate Bill 6 exempts strategic partnership agreements from the voting requirements, and then on page 31, under subsection T, removes some, but not all of Austin's SPAs from this exemption. This would be a retroactive application of the law. The two SPAs affected by this language were negotiated with and entered into with the MUD boards that were elected by the people that live there. The entire negotiation for these SPAs was based on the consideration that they would be annexed. Part of these negotiations included delaying the initial annexation date agreed to by the developer. All of the residents in these MUDs receive written notice of the proposed annexation, which they sign at the time they purchase property and has been passed out to you this afternoon. The residents of River Place chose to have limited purpose annexation and have been voting in city elections for 8 years now without paying city taxes. The city's expended funds and resources in anticipation of annexing these areas. For River Place, the city has spent $2 million for improvements to the MUD water and wastewater system. For Shady Hollow, the city provides fire services from a station located in the MUD and leased by the Austin Fire Department. We simply ask that these SPAs are treated just like any other SPAs are treated in this bill, and that these agreements are not treated retroactively. And thank you again for the opportunity to speak this afternoon.
Thank you, Senator Campbell.
That these were not voted on by the Senate. Earlier I said our bill had been voted on. This was what came over in conference committee that we didn't get the opportunity to vote on because it was filibustered. Okay. So that's why this is the Workman Amendment. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thanks to this panel. Thanks all for being here. We'll call up the next panel. Mayor Freeman, I think you're here now. I'd call you earlier. Hello. Tom Tagliabu. Robert Abbott, Sam Dragon from the city of Kingsbury, and Betsy Harper. Okay, Mayor Freeman. Sorry we missed you before we had you in the first panel, but sorry we missed you. But
yes, ma'am. Good evening.
And I know that Senator Creighton will be sorry he missed you, your senator. He was here earlier, and he is in another B&C, Business and Commerce, so I will greet you on his behalf. I know he's sorry he missed you. So,
thank you.
And you're recognized for your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I apologize for my tardiness. When the meeting, I was heard about the time. We got on the first thing smoking and headed this way. So again, thank you for allowing us to be here this morning. As I was on my way in from Port Arthur this morning, I did hear some very favorable things. Thank you, Senator, for that. You know, what we do in Port Arthur is oil and gas. We do a lot of oil and gas. About 50% of our budget comes from our industrial agreements. You know, if that was to go away, obviously we could put the 50% on our police staff or our fire. We would have to fire people, half our staff in one day. And that's something that we don't want to do. We have no residents, in which we understand the residents' concerns in some of the areas of this bill. But again, the city of Port Arthur, we have no residents in our ETJ. We have about 18 industrial district agreements, and it would really be devastating to us without us having that in lieu of annexation agreement with these refineries and industrial partners. So we just wanted to make sure I came again, the senator, to make sure it was on the record, and I did my part on behalf of the great city of Port Arthur, that it got on the record and everyone understands through conference committees, through whatever committee it may go through, that the city of Port Arthur and other cities like ours, we need these industrial agreements. So thank you for your time.
Right, and we've had discussions, and will be protecting that. You know, I used to represent the city of Port Arthur. I actually have a key to the city that the last mayor gave me. So I love Port Arthur. It's a great town.
Thank
you. Do wonderful things. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would just say that if Senator Creighton worked with us on that initially, and he has really helped us to bring that strength, so the industrial agreements will hold.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you. All right, Tom Tagliabue.
Good day. I'm Tom Tagliabue. I'm the Director of Intergovernmental Relations for the City of Corpus Christi, and the city is opposed to Senate Bill 6. While the city is a Tier 1 under SB 6, we stand with our other cities, regardless of size, especially our fellow defense communities, in opposing the changes to the annexation laws. We too have industrial districts, and we're concerned about the amendment that was proposed, that it might allow companies to violate their agreements, i.e. not pay their payments, with no consequences for annexation. Very concerned about that language. The city believes annexation, planning, and zoning regulations are critical tools to protect encroachments and incompatible developments near military installations. We're a prime example of why requiring voter approval for property in an ETJ is a problem. In 2014, Apex Clean Energy proposed building a wind farm in the Chapman Ranch area of Nueces County in our ETJ. Many of the landowners who had leases from Apex are absentee, out-of-state landowners. This wind farm was and is a direct threat to the Naval Air Station's pilot training mission, and because of the scientifically verified navigational radar interference, could threaten the future of the base during a base realignment and closure process. The city annexed 16 square miles and got Apex to push their project further out. But we had no ability to stop them entirely. In the regular session, we worked with Senator Campbell. Thank you so very much for helping with Senate Bill 277. But if SB 6, with its requirement for voter approval, was in place during that time, those out-of-town absentee landowners could prevent us from having that annexation. They could have threatened the future of our bases and killed thousands of jobs. Why should those landowners have more property rights than the people in Corpus Christi and risk those thousands of jobs? That's not a risk we're willing to take. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Abbott.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Senators. Thank you for your time. I'm Robert Abbott, Fire Chief with Travis County ESD 6, and I am for the bill. I'm here under direction of my board to explain some of the challenges that we've had in the western part of Travis County with annexations for more than 20 years. I've been with the fire department now about 21 years, and I've seen annexation come in a lot of different forms. What I can tell you is that we try to work well with the municipalities that we protect and we neighbor with. There are a lot of challenges with the annexation as it's on the books right now. It creates an issue for us for strategic planning for a long time. Sometimes we don't know if an area is going to be annexed in 9 months to a year versus 5 or 10 to 15 years. So if we're thinking long-term through strategic planning and partnerships, it's difficult for us to do that when we just don't know when the city may come in and annex. So we have brick and mortar on the ground that we have to put in fire stations and EMS stations, in addition to staff that goes along with that. Now, if annexation takes place within an area, they may take the property that the district has put in for infrastructure for first response, but they don't take the employees. So it effectively lays off firefighters and paramedics, which just then the next day have to go hire new firefighters and new paramedics. Now, these are people who've been working for the system for 15, 20 years, and through annexations face a layoff just to get replaced by other firefighter and paramedics. In addition to that, it creates a challenge for us to work with other neighboring departments. We cover both unincorporated and municipal areas, both within our ESDs. And I ask you to consider it. We are definitely in favor of a lot of the changes. Over 20 years, there hasn't been that much change in annexation reform. It has a significant impact. I understand the city's side of it as well, but keep in mind, and just read the paper, most of the large cities that are annexing heavily right now are all struggling internally, city proper, with providing public safety. Police, fire, and EMS. They're struggling with what they have now, and I doubt, as a public safety professional, they could offer it across the border right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Drugan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable senators. My name is Sam Drugan. I am a resident of the city of Kingsbury, Texas, in Guadalupe County, and I'm the city attorney for the city of Kingsbury. I'm here to speak for Senate Bill 6 and the Texas Annexation Right to Vote Act. The city of Kingsbury is a small Class C municipality in the Guadalupe County with a population of 277 voters, 277 citizens. Our district straddles Senator Campbell's and Senator Zaffarini's districts. It is a rural, low tax, low regulation city. The people of Kingsbury that elected the officials, all of the officials serve as unpaid volunteers, and the city staff does. We have no ad valorem tax and operate off from a sales tax. Kingsbury was platted as a town in 1875, and it has its unique town culture and history. But in 2013, the city of Seguin came in almost in the middle of the night and annexed out to Interstate 10 and took over in the ETJ, our downtown Kingsbury. We are 9 miles east of the city of Seguin, and they impressed their ETJ right over us without any notice or right to vote. As a result, we formed our small city to the east of the ETJ of Seguin and to preserve our city, and we are now fighting to get back that downtown from Seguin. Senate Bill 6 is very important to the people of Kingsbury and to all of the people of Texas. And as Senator Campbell said, this is not the way we do things in Texas. We urge from the city of Kingsbury and the city of Kingsbury area, we urge the senators to pass this bill and to protect our constitutional right to vote to determine our own self-government.
Thank you, sir. Betsy Harper.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm from Wells Branch, which is just north of Austin, and we're small mud. And I, as a resident, chose to live there years ago. I picked that area because it was outside the city. I was a Navy brat growing up, grew up all along the East Coast, and some of my best times were growing up in the country. So when I chose to move to Texas, I chose to live outside of a city. I did that for my own benefit, for the benefit of my family, and I like our area. The community we're in, it's very friendly, user-friendly. People all get to know each other. We live there because we don't want to be part of the city of Austin. As a MUD director, we communicate daily with our neighbors. If they want something, a new park, improvements to a pool, we're able to do that. I look at my counterparts that live in neighbors around us that have been annexed. They don't have that ability. If their pool's broken, it gets shut down for the summer. If their park needs repairs or their fields, they're left. Their soccer associations and neighborhood kids who grew up in these nice areas now have fields with no water. They don't even have parks anymore. Well, I strive to keep that available to us and to our neighborhood. And I think annexation in some ways is a good thing, but not in this case. 100 years ago when it was put in place, it might have been a good idea. But times have changed, the population has changed, and our needs as people have changed. And taking away our right to vote, I don't think that's what we should be doing. I think and I strongly appreciate all the work you've done in this, and I really feel reform is needed.
All right, thank you. All right, that concludes this panel. Thank you all very much for being here. We'll call up the next panel Shelley Palmer, Shirley Ross, Gregory Drolingen, and Adam Kahn, and Bruce Dunbar. And I would just say we have about 50 cards left, so those 50 people at 2 minutes each. I do want to say I looked at these, and every card remaining is in support of the bill. So yes, we do want to hear from everybody, but I know there's been a lot of discussion. A lot of that comes about with the cities being against the bill, so there's been a lot of kind of more legal and technical discussions around that. Like I said, all the folks we have left are in support. We want to hear from each and every one of you why you want this bill, why it's important to you, but just understand we're going to move through these quickly, but sometimes the senators may have questions, but this is to hear from the citizens. Ms. Palmer?
Hi, I'm a director from Wells Branch MUD also, here in support of SB 6. I've been in the Wells Branch MUD district for about 7 years, and that neighborhood is the strongest community I've ever lived in. The folks that I work with daily, that I talk to, are the people that built that community starting 35 years ago. They're the people that, you know, helped build the trails. Hundreds of thousands of volunteer hours went into shaping Wells Branch. The people that were the first MUD board directors are still there. The people that helped build the library, got the funding for it. These people, who else would you give the right to choose their future but these people that helped shape Wells Branch? So I'm just asking for you to vote yes on SB 6. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Shirley Ross?
Yes, hello. Thank you for letting us be here today. My name is Shirley Ross, and I am the General Manager for Wells Branch Municipal Utility District, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 6. For those who may not know, Wells Branch MUD is a community of approximately 20,000 Texans just north of Austin and just south of Round Rock. And we've been in existence for 40 years. As the city of Austin has grown, the #1 concern of our residents as they learn that of the possibility of annexation by the city, it has become their #1 concern. Our citizens love our community and the level of services that we provide. Our board and the boards before them have applied effective fiscal management, proactive repairs and replacement of our infrastructure, constant upkeep and upgrade of our parks and facilities and landscaping and trails, and we provide recreation programs and events galore. More importantly, though, we don't embark on any project or any improvement without extensive public outreach and input. Our residents, therefore, simply would like to continue that tradition and have the right to vote on whether they would be annexed, whatever the result of that election turns out to be. Thank you for your consideration of this measure.
Okay, thank you. Gregory Drollinger?
Senators, Texas, it's truly a pleasure to be here to be able to talk to you about this. My name is Gregory Drollinger. I'm a retired Deputy Chief of Police from the city of El Paso, Texas. 16 years ago, my wife Joanne and I moved to the northwest part of Bexar County because that's where we wanted to live. I'm here today to talk to you about the real issue behind this bill. Not annexation, but the right to vote and choose who's going to govern and tax us. That's a constitutional right. Annexation is a local issue. The right to vote is a state issue, and that's why we come before you. No one, no person, no organization, no city has the right to keep those rights to vote from us. Without the right to vote, we become nothing but victims. Not even citizens, just victims. It is wrong that the people who are going to be governed and taxed have absolutely no say in the matter. You are the representatives of and for the people. We rely on you to give us justice and protect our rights. It can be a difficult and a demanding job. You fought for that job, and we gave you that job through the vote. Our right to vote put you where you are right now. You of all people should want us to have that right. We've been told that this is a complicated issue. It's not. The real issue here is the very bottom line, the very foundation of this bill is our right to vote. Anything else that is mentioned is nothing more than a smokescreen to hide that issue or a stall tactic to prevent us from getting that right. We're asking you to look through that smokescreen, to avoid the stall tactic, and correct this wrong. When you vote, please remember it is our right to vote.
Thank
The
you.
vote is our voice, and eventually we will be heard.
Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
Mr. Kahn, Adam Kahn?
My name is Adam Kahn. I blog at the website Kahnman's Musings, and I am testifying in favor of the bill. The other day on the DNR bill, I testified that I find it astonishing that that practice is legal in the first place, and while the stakes might not be quite as high on this issue, I feel just about pretty similarly astonished that we actually permit involuntary annexation in the state of Texas. The gentleman from TPPF, I had a number of substantive points I wanted to hit that they already covered, so in the interest of avoiding repetitive testimony, I'll just give him a +1. And finally, I just have to say, involuntary annexation wasn't cool when the Germans did it to France. It wasn't cool when the Soviet Union did it to half of Europe, and it's not cool when the cities of Austin, Houston, and San Antonio are doing it in the state of Texas.
All right, no applause. Come on, order. Senator Campbell, you might want to remember that for your floor debate. You might get a round of applause from the senators. You never know. So, thank you, Mr. Kahn. We have one more, Bruce Dunbar.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to make mine short and simple. I'm going to cut right to the chase. It's a protection racket. When I say a protection racket, I'm happy where I live. I have all the county services I need. I have the fire protection I want. I have the EMT services I want. The city of San Antonio wants to grab me. They want to grab me so that they can increase their income and screw me out of the services that I'm getting now. That's a protection racket. Color it any way you want, it's a protection racket. I'm not going to pay them taxes for less services. That's ridiculous. That's all I've got to say. It's just that simple.
Thank you. Well said. Thank you, sir. All right, thank you to this panel. Francis Booker, I'm calling up the next ones. Francis Booker, Vicki Herron, Howard Hagman, Linda Haynes, and Richard Ortiz. Ms. Booker? Gets her.
Good afternoon. My name is Frances Booker, and I'm here to ask for your support to pass SB 6 and end forced annexation. Forced annexation is a taking of our individual choices and our property rights. It is taxation without representation. Today, you will more than likely hear from various groups representing their opinions on annexation. The Texas Municipal League may say something to the effect, if cities can't grow, they die. The cities themselves may imply they are the only ones that truly know the best way to develop the city for their residents. There may be comments stating concern about encroachment and around the military bases. These group representatives are paid to make these representations because it's part of their job, and they're paid well for doing their job. Cities die not because they aren't able to annex, but due to mismanagement, overspending, and taking on too much debt. In many cases, the biggest offender to the encroachment surrounding military bases is the city itself. If cities are being managed so well, why are they so afraid of our vote? On the other hand, the residents here today, like myself, are not being paid. We are all very supportive of the military, since most of us have veterans in our family that in some cases paid the ultimate sacrifice so we would have freedom for our right to vote. We are here because we want the right to vote to preserve our individual choice and our individual property rights. I would like to ask each of you to ponder this question. What was your motivation when you got into politics in the first place? Was it because you thought you could make a difference? Was it because you wanted to make sure people were treated fair and you wanted to do the right thing for them? It's time to do the right thing for all Texas citizens. The Texas citizens that always give your vote when you run for office. Citizens vote, cities don't. It's time to end forced annexation. Please vote to pass SB 6. Help Texans protect their property rights and their freedom of choice. Thank you for your time.
Vicki Herron.
Yes, my name is Vicki Herron, and good afternoon to the committee members. Please support SB 6 and give us the right to vote where we live. My father, my husband, and my brother-in-law are retired military veterans. My sister and nephew are veterans. My husband's nephew is active military. They serve to preserve our freedom, which includes our right to vote and our right to choose where we live. We currently live in the I-10 West Corridor that San Antonio is preparing to annex. Almost 10 years ago, we chose to move to the Bernie area, which is about 23 miles from San Antonio. We did not wish to live in the city, or we would have purchased a home in San Antonio. One of the arguments that San Antonio is using in opposition to this bill is their supposed desire to protect the military bases. I think this is akin to the fox guarding the hen house. The city of San Antonio granted the area that borders the east of Camp Bullis a 17-year delay on annexation. The city of San Antonio has approved multi-story buildings at the rim area, one Topgolf with powerful stadium-style lights. They continue to allow multi-story buildings even closer to Camp Bullis. In contrast, when you drive Ralph Fair Road and I-10 to the northeast on Ralph Fair Road, there are only homes. Unincorporated Bexar County has done a far superior job of adhering to the dark skies guidelines than San Antonio has done. Do not be fooled by the military protection defense that San Antonio is using. The true reason San Antonio wants to annex our area is for tax revenue. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Al Ludlam. No, I'm sorry, skip someone. Vicki Herron. I'm going from card to card here. Vicki?
Who's talking?
Okay.
Who was next?
Vicki.
That was Vicki.
I was Vicki.
You were Vicki. I'm sorry. Howard Hageman.
Yes, my name's Howard Hageman.
Wait a minute. Senator Birdwell has a question. Turn on your microphone. Tell the truth.
In relationship to the testimony either I just heard or testimony I am going to hear.
Okay.
So what I would like to do is clarify,
please do,
if I may.
Absolutely.
Vicki, do I have the correct name?
About that we were going to do this. But
Okay, but were the pictures that are being held up in relationship to your testimony that was just given?
Yes.
If so, would you please expound upon, because right now you're just showing me a picture. I got no context, no understanding. I just got a picture and I got your testimony. Vicki, would you please link the pictures to your testimony?
Or anybody who can explain.
I'm going to let Glenda Haynes, because I apologize to the committee. I did not know that the pictures
That's
were being
okay,
held up.
that's okay.
These are the examples.
Your testimony was excellent.
Right.
But your testimony didn't explain the pictures. Maybe your testimony didn't intend that, maybe one of the other folks. So, but I want you to have the opportunity to explain the context of your pictures to what the committee is considering.
Well, Vicki talked about the south end of Count Bullis. These are development at the south end of Count Bullis that is in San Antonio. So that is the New Star office building sitting up high on a hill. I believe Senator Campbell mentioned that as well. That's just to show you a picture that's already been brought up. I think that's around the neighborhood of 5 years old or something. In San Antonio, that is about a half a mile from Count Bullis. This is just showing the current construction that's going on at the rim. This is, I believe, new apartment complexes also that were mentioned. This is just to show you, we've talked about it, but we can show you some of these. And this is just showing you some apartment complexes and hotels. Someone else in our group, I believe, has some further pictures, but they're smaller pictures, so it may be a little harder for you to see them. This is in San Antonio city limits. This is how San Antonio is protecting and not allowing development. This is what they're allowing.
These are the highest points.
That's a very high point. Okay. And this apartment building, actually, those people, I believe, will be able to look right down into Count Bullis. They would be able to use their binoculars or their telescope.
Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Again, my apologies, but so
that's okay. Now
I'd like to
really
recognize the next gentleman. So.
Who's testified? Vicki, you've testified, right?
Yes, I did.
You did. Great. Okay. Okay. And Howard, you were next.
Oh, okay. Yes,
okay.
I'm Howard Hageman, and I am from Wells Branch. That's at the north edge of Austin, and I've been here through the general session and listened to the many stories, some of them horror stories, about annexation. And I think so much has been covered, I'm just going to keep mine very short. I definitely am in favor of the Municipal Right to Vote Act, SB 6, and I thank you for the opportunity to say so.
All right.
Oh,
Glenda
no problem.
Haynes? Ms. Haynes? Glenda?
Yes.
Okay, you can go now. And you already sort of talked a little, so.
And I apologize. I just happened to have those and I held them up because Vicki was talking about it. My ancestors fought in the American Revolution and I think every conflict since. My husband served in the Vietnam era. My son served in Afghanistan to protect our freedom and our liberty and our right to vote. So please don't let greedy cities take away those rights. We value as Texans our liberty and our right to decide where we want to live and where we want to buy our home and where we want to raise our family. I live in that I-10 West annexation area that San Antonio is annexing against our will. San Antonio doesn't have anything we want or need. San Antonio is using this military protection as the reason they have to annex our homes. We're already there. We're almost straight across the street from Camp Stanley. I think there's about 2,000 single-family residents within about a mile. Senator Campbell mentioned the light issue. She must have had a black and white picture. I happen to have a color picture, I believe, which might be the same thing she had, that shows you the light encroachment is in the San Antonio city limits. Out in the county where we are, it's our single family homes. When someone from San Antonio talked about a third of the area around Count Bullis is
undeveloped. That may be in the county to the north. It's not in this I-10 West annexation area where we are. It's also in the area that San Antonio just this year gave a 17-year deferred annexation agreement to them. They are immediately adjacent to the east side of Camp Bullis, as we are adjacent to the west side.
Your time is
of
up.
Camp
Thank
Bullis.
you. Michael Stewart? Michael Stewart? All right, we'll show him in support of the bill, but he's not.
There he is.
All right, come on up. We'll start with Richard Ortiz. Are you here?
Thank you. My name is Richard Ortiz. I live on the I-10 corridor in Bexar County. I came here to ask for your support, the committee, so that I can vote on annexation, for or against. There's someone who was here earlier that talked about all the committees that they held and all the meetings that they held. The city of San Antonio had a meeting in our area to tell us what they were going to do for us. I want the committee to know and understand that I am happy with ESD, Emergency Service District number 4. I'm happy with Bexar County. The city will not do anything for me because I live in a gated community. I pay to have my roads paved. We have our own water district. And they will not do anything for me except take my money that I worked hard for so that I could retire in peace and out of the city, because I lived in the city for over 55 years. And during that time, I paid all the city taxes that they wanted, and I moved out because I was burglarized twice. My neighbor was burglarized twice, and for a short period of time, 7 years, I was a police officer, and I felt just a little bit better even after all those years living behind a gated community door. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Michael Stewart?
Madam Chair, Senators, my name is Mike Stewart. I'm here to speak in favor of Senate Bill 6, the Texas Annexation Right to Vote Act. I'm grateful and blessed to be in front of you today, and I appreciate your work today on the Christian Sabbath. Some of you know, and others perhaps have heard of my daughter, 10-year-old Riley Stewart. She's not able to testify before you today because she's performing in a play this afternoon at the Bernie Community Theater. The title of the play is We the People. Fitting, I think. Referencing the support for annexation reform in the regular session, the Director of Government and Public Affairs for the City of San Antonio said, and I quote, "The decision made by the Senate committee was very much a response to the people who came and testified there," unquote. Yes, we the people. He continued with, quote, "We still believe that cities need to have the authority to annex unilaterally, and we will continue to make that case," unquote. Unilaterally? When should the government have unilateral authority to take something away? I believe the Constitution says never, we the people. We support the military mission in our community 110%. I've heard elected officials claim that if the city is not able to annex my community, Camp Bullis will close. This is just plain not true. So why now? Is it because we have a majority support in both legislative chambers to end the tyranny of forced annexation in Texas? Probably. But to do it under the guise of Armageddon of BRAC is disingenuous at best. So I have a whole bunch of other points and only 23 seconds left. But I think everybody's covered. The east side of Camp Bullis, non-annexation deal, right? That's crazy. So that's clearly that's a false narrative. The development on the south side of Camp Bullis around the rim. So if municipal annexation was the key to protecting the military bases, all these things would be reversed, right? Senator Campbell talked about all the tools. I've got bullets of 8 different tools that are available. So using these tools is the proper way. So let's work together, preserve the military mission, and give us the right to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Nelson.
Madam Chairman, if I might take this opportunity,
You certainly may.
we need to thank everyone, wherever you are on this issue, for coming out on a Sunday afternoon, and particularly a daddy whose daughter is in a play. We're grateful to all citizens who took the time out today to come and testify. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and I second that. Senator Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to I want to echo the thank you. I don't think I did thank everybody that have been supportive in trying to help us craft this. But do I get a yes from each of you that when you go into San Antonio, for instance, or any town, and you buy something, you are paying sales tax?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are paying taxes into a city that they claim you don't pay taxes in. Just check it. And I want your list of 8 tools just to double check and make sure there's not any extra.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
All right, thank you. Thanks to this panel. We'll call up the next group. Cheryl Mead, Al Ludlam, Robin Roberts, John Wildenthal, and Justin Johnson. Y'all come on up. And then I'm going to call the next 5, and you can kind of just stand in the back here to try to maybe speed things up. Tamara Keys, Lorene Chetnow, Amy Palmer, Melissa Tavar, and Vernal Johnson. I would also just ask, I know sometimes there's some groups of people that come together. If y'all want to get together and try to consolidate testimony and let us know you're representing. We want to hear from everyone. As I said, everyone left is supportive of the bill, and you know, we want to get everybody home and on the road at a safe time as well. So if you think you can consolidate with a neighbor and just say you're speaking for more than one person, we will accommodate that as well, and we'll work any way we can to sort of speed this process a bit. So, Ms. Mead? Cheryl Mead? Okay, she's not here, but we'll register her in support of the bill. Al Ludlam.
Thank you. My name's Al Ludlam. I'm a retired Marine, so I understand the need for dark sky training areas. But I'd like to share with you some of the bang-up job that the City of San Antonio has done with that area. New Star, we've already talked about a little bit. It's on the highest point above the rim, looks right down into Camp Bullis, and it's about half a mile from Camp Bullis. You got to wonder who thought this was a good idea at the City Council. Top Golf is 2.5 miles from the perimeter of the base. It's 3 stories with high-intensity floodlights mounted on the roof on 20-foot poles, aimed into Camp Bullis. So that is not supporting their dark skies very well. This is an apartment complex of 300 plus units on the hill overlooking Camp Bullis that's being constructed right now. There's another shot of that. Cornerstone Christian Church has just built a new campus half a mile from the main gate of Camp Bullis. And put in a nice football field and probably a pretty good sound system so the people out there training at night can hear the football game. And this is another one, another head scratcher. This is an apartment complex. There's 308 units. That's Camp Bullis in the background, that tree line. And it's probably going to be the duty officer's line is going to be busy every time they fire those 105 millimeter howitzers in these people's backyard. And this is the City of San Antonio's map showing their proposed annexation area. I've put those places on it that I mentioned, but I'd like you to notice that the annexation area doesn't even come near Camp Bullis. It's up against Camp Stanley. You can have all of these.
Thank you, Mr. Ludlam. Robin Roberts?
Yes, I represent myself. I live in the ETJ that's suggested for annexation by the City of San Antonio, and I just want to dispel the myth that San Antonio itself is the keeper of the flame for the military mission. I'm a military brat. My father was very high on the military mission everywhere we went. I am a member also of Joint Base San Antonio. After 2009, when the Joint Land Use Study for Camp Bullis was developed, a group of community leaders, elected officials from all the counties, from the cities involved, private sector individuals, developers, started working on the over 100 recommendations that were in that joint land use study, and today remaining only. They are have been working together. There are only 20 such recommendations that need to be addressed. So it is not San Antonio alone that can do this. It is already being done on a volunteer basis. Thank you.
Thank you. John Wildenthal.
Thank you for your time. I want to talk about voting. It's real simple. I voted 13 months ago. I really did. I bought a house outside the city limits. Everybody who bought property outside the city limits voted to be outside the city limits. Or are they saying that there weren't any houses available in San Antonio? All the business property owners, is there no business property in San Antonio? Renters. There are no apartment complexes in San Antonio. Everybody voted. And what's going on with forced annexation is San Antonio says, we don't care how you voted. You voted with your feet, you voted with your dollars, that's too bad. We're overriding your vote. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, sir. Justin Johnson, Jr.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Justin John Johnson, Jr. I am for Senate Bill 6. I live in northwest Bexar County, near the county line of I-10. My wife and I would like to be able to vote on whether we want to be annexed by the city of San Antonio. We're in the Bernie Independent School District and do our everyday shopping in Bernie. We're serviced by the Bernie Post Office. We have our own water well, sewer system, 3 nearby fire departments. We pay our own garbage. It's a low crime area, which does not put an undue burden on the Bexar County Sheriff Department. We're good stewards of our 4 acres. We are in our own subdivision. Our families are involved in the 4-H, which will be outlawed by city regulation. So without a vote, we're forced to pay taxes for stuff that we already have, which we would not probably get for many years. San Antonio has been reported to be seriously short of necessary police and firemen. This is a good bill because it gives all Texans the right to vote. In conclusion, when the House and Senate pass the bill, it will go to the governor with transparency and no collusion by those in charge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks to this panel. Let's call up the next people to the table. Okay. Tamara Keys, Laureen Chetnow, Amy Palmer, Melissa Tovar, and Vernell Johnson. And then come on forward and stand in the back, please. Michael Openshaw, Julia Coultress, Claire Coultress, Sandra Fitzpatrick, and John Carlton. Tamara Keys, is there? All right, she registered in position for the bill. Laureen Chetnow.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Senate. My name's Laureen Chernow, and I'm here representing myself and, as frequently happens, my husband. We live in a subdivision south of Austin that is scheduled for annexation in 2020. I'm going to not talk to my prepared remarks because I need to clarify some information that the City of Austin shared with you earlier. First of all, they did not deal with the elected MUD board to put together a strategic partnership agreement that will go into effect in 2020. Our MUD board is not elected and in fact does not even provide services to everyone in our subdivision. That being said, when asked, the MUD board said, well, we did the best we could with our strategic partnership agreement given that we didn't have a choice, and we appreciate their hard work on that. But I think it stands to reason that we would all like an opportunity to vote as to whether we are annexed or not. We have over the years paid through an ESD for fire services. The city seems to be claiming credit for a lot of that, but we've actually shared our services with the city, so it goes both ways. And we also currently pay extra to have additional security provided to our neighborhood by Travis County Constable's Office, and we appreciate that very much. once we are annexed. If we are annexed, I feel that we will lose those services. So I'd like to ask you all to please consider voting for Senate Bill 6 to give us the right to vote as to whether we want to be annexed. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Palmer?
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Palmer. My husband and I reside in Cibolo, Texas, which is in Guadalupe County. I'm here in favor of the bill, but I would really like to see modifications to the bill to lower the county size. You know, as a citizen of a county that is small like Guadalupe County, 125 to 130,000 residents, you know, our voice should be just as important and our vote should be just as important. My husband and I are both disabled veterans. I was medically boarded from the military due to injuries incurred during the Gulf War. My husband retired 5 years ago after 22 years of service. He's 90% disabled due to injuries he incurred in the military. Because of my husband's injuries, we chose to buy a home outside of San Antonio on 8.5 acres of land in an area where he could have a sanctuary to heal. We spent a lot of time to buy land that has a pond, a fishing dock, a wooded area with deer, because to have a special place for him because he doesn't often leave the property. We live on a road that's about 1.5 miles long. In 2006, our properties were annexed. About 60% of our properties were annexed by the city, despite strong objections and a petition signed by the residents. While we're living up to our end of the deal with the city and paying our city taxes, they have not done their share. The city services have not been fully provided. Residents on our road are currently working on a petition to request de-annexation from the city due to failure to provide services. The worst part for us about being annexed is the fact that now the city can seize our property under eminent domain to build a for-profit toll road through our wonderful little country town. Although 90% of the citizens we have gone door to door to speak to are opposed to the toll road, and over 95% of those on my road, the City Council has already signed the contract with the company, Texas Turnpike Corporation, to build a toll road. Their name says Turnpike, but they haven't built one yet. In 26 years, they've never built a single toll road. TTC was stripped of its eminent domain powers by the state about 2 years ago, but is getting ready to get that done through a public-private partnership with the city. This toll road is going to go right down our road, destroying homes and farms along its path. The other 40% of the neighbors in my ETJ and scheduled for upcoming annexation are also in the path of the toll road.
Time's up. Just wrap up your thought real quickly, please.
Okay. Well, these people that are in the ETJ are going to be annexed for the purpose of building this toll, and they didn't have a vote on these people that were elected to office to be able to do this.
Okay,
so
thank you. I'm sorry. You
Okay.
have to be strict.
Thank
with
you.
your timeline. Thank you. Melissa Tovar?
I'm also here in support of this bill for annexation reform. Every landowner should be able to decide if they want to be annexed or not. In recent years, the city of Cibolo has annexed substantial amounts of land from Guadalupe County. Much of this land is large portions of agricultural land. The future land use map of Cibolo shows all of this ag land converted to commercial, residential, and industrial. I guess Cibolo doesn't want farmers. The city of Cibolo is touted as a city of choice, and this is not the case as shown regarding annexation and other decisions. Some of the recently annexed land will soon have the Cibolo Parkway, a private toll road, through it. Just like annexation, this decision was made against the will of landowners. Some of this land is currently under non-annexation agreements, which expires soon. While under these agreements, these landowners have no vote and no representation in the city. So decisions such as annexation and the toll road are being made by city council with no representation from these residents. I don't believe that my needs are any better met by the city of Cibolo. I currently have all my needs met by the county. I would like to see this bill include counties of any size, not just larger counties, as we also should have a voice. All citizens should have the right to decide if they want to be annexed. My family has lived on our property over 100 years, and it will be annexed against our will. It'll only be a matter of time before our way of life is no more due to the city takeover. We should all have that right to vote.
Thank you. Vernell Johnson?
I am speaking in favor of Senate Bill 6. My name is Vernell Johnson. I am an election judge for Precinct 3055 in Bexar County. It is my sworn duty to see to it that all registered voters have the right to vote according to the laws of Texas. I get a little emotional when I am speaking in public, so please bear with me. I would like to clarify something that maybe was talked about in people getting having property in another county, and they could, as property owners, have a right to nullify an annexation. We can only vote in our elections in the place where we reside. I have property in Bernie. I live in Bexar County. I have property in Karnes County. The thing of it is that unless I declare that as my residence, I am not allowed to vote in their issues. Okay, to continue. In the general legislative session, this bill, the Annexation Right to Vote Act, passed in the House. The support was there for the bill to pass out of the Senate committee. 2 men conspired to steal the right to vote on this bill from the Senate and consequently from every citizen of Texas. Some areas may want to be annexed, and they should have that right too. Please give us the option to vote. Additional taxes will impact school supplies, college savings, family vacations, the elderly, and the poor. Many will be forced to move.
Thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
all of you, for your heartfelt. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you think my bill... Do you think this bill, SB 6, does not make it clear who can vote? I mean, you were talking about the property owners and registered voters. Do I need more clarifying language to make sure it's understood that you have to be a property owner that's registered in the area to be annexed?
That's what I would hope it says.
Okay, so we'll just double check for clarity. I didn't know if you had any language or you thought that ours was misconstruing
I thought
anything.
other people were misconstruing it by saying that they own this big ranch, but they live somewhere else and they could have stopped it.
Yes, ma'am.
So just so people understand, you can't go around and vote in other places.
Exactly. And we will that's how I think we've got it written, but just to make sure, and your expertise, we appreciate that. I will just make sure.
Thank you, Donna.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you to this group. We'll call up the next. Have a seat at the table. Michael Openshaw, Julie Coltress, Claire Coltress, Sandra Fitzpatrick, and John Carlton. And then to stand up in the back to be in the next group, Destiny Sardinia, I think, Tim Maddox, Jim Bateman, Ronald Robender, and James Wolski. All right, Michael Openshaw.
Yes, my name is Michael Openshaw. I live in Plano, Texas. I am supporting this bill. We sent units from Fort Hood to contest the forced annexation of Kuwait by Iraq. Do we really need to send them to the outskirts of San Antonio to do the same thing? Folks, we are talking about the right to vote. And the right to vote, bluntly, is not set by the number of neighbors I have, being 500,000 in my county or not. You need to have a right to vote on what government entities you are part of. That is simple logic. We in Collin County have forever been fighting off Dallas County for trying to annex us into the Parkland medical system. Even though we use it so little, our county just simply writes a check. If they succeed, our taxes will over double of what our county is. We've been fighting this battle for a decade. We will continue to fight it. To allow forcible annexation into any entity without the voters' permission is strictly against the premise of the Constitution. You have to accept that. So it is absolutely essential that all these people living in rural areas have the same rights I do in a county of 800,000 people. So your brackets, not applicable. We're talking about the rights of American citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Coltress.
Hi. I want to thank you for the opportunity to be here.
I'm going to keep mine short. I do feel very passionately about this, but really everything that I would love to say has been said. But for me, it does boil down to, like he said, our basic rights as American citizens. And part of what I wanted to talk about, I'm going to let my daughter speak about because of, she's been studying history in school. So it was really sad to me to help them with their studies of American and Texas history, and then have to explain that we are going to be forced to live in a city that we do not want to live in and pay taxes, therefore, without any say at all. And I, like the earlier gentleman, I'm quite astonished that in the great state of Texas, this is still happening. So, thank you.
Thank you. Claire Coultress.
Hi, I'm Claire Coultress, and I support Senate Bill 6. From early September in 2016 to May in 2017, in 5th grade, I've been studying American history. No taxation without representation. Those colonists were outnumbered compared to the British, but they fought for their freedom and achieved it. No taxation without representation. A country came from that, and not just a country, but the United States of America. We wouldn't be here if it weren't for that. Our forefathers fought and died for the right to vote, and we do not want that to be taken away. Thank you.
Great job. Y'all can clap for her. Okay. Against the rules. Fitzpatrick?
Yes.
Got to follow that up. That's always tough.
Okay. I know, right? It is a mouthful. I just am here to show my support in favor of SB 6. I'm going to skip over a lot of things that were prepared because they've already been said. I just feel like the governing bodies and the citizens of Texas should be working together for the betterment of our communities. Instead, the Texas municipalities continue to unilaterally, forcibly annex properties. They're working against us. If they want to annex an area, they should make their case for it. I know that's been said already several times, but that is an important thing to say. I'm not against annexation per se. I don't want to be annexed, but it's still the will of the people. I was going to quote some things that were said in other states, so I'll just skip over some of those and just say that, like I picked Arkansas, I don't know why, I just picked Arkansas, and it says, the people are pleased and thankful that the Arkansas legislature has taken some action to substantially strengthen the rights and freedoms of rural Arkansans. Well, Texans, as witnessed here today, would also be pleased and thankful if the Texas legislature could take similar action and pass SB 6. In ending, I'd like to read a quote from Theodore Roosevelt. In every civilized society, property rights must be carefully safeguarded. Ordinarily, and in the great majority of cases, human rights and property rights are fundamentally and in the long run identical. Thank you very much.
Oh, goodness. Bill Ailshire? Bill Ailshire? All right. John Carlton? All right. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator.
Bill, why don't you just wait for the next group? Your card probably got out of order. Mr. Carlton, go ahead. Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senators, good to see you this afternoon. I'm John Carlton on behalf of the Texas State Association of Fire and Emergency Districts, and we appreciate Senator Campbell's leadership on this issue. For our emergency service districts, the primary issue, as you heard from Chiefs Abbott and Pack earlier today, is really the planning and the impact of annexation. There's two ways that comes. One is, at first, when annexation occurs, what's the change in service that's going to occur? And so there's a provision in the bill about notice that allows people to understand what the impact to their service providers is going to be. And the second then is, if annexation does occur, what happens to the folks that are left behind? How are they going to continue to provide service in their areas? And those are the two things that we're working on with respect to the bill, and we appreciate your leadership, Senator Campbell, on this, and happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Thanks to this panel, you're excused. We'll call up the next group. Mr. Ailshire, you can come on up. I think your card was stuck to another card. Destiny Surdania, Tim Maddox, Jim Bateman, Ronald Robinder. Yeah, okay. And then, yeah, but I had called him. No, where's the other one? Oh, yeah, that's it. Okay, Mr. Wolski, had I called your name? Are you here? James Wolski? I don't know if he's here. Okay, James Wolski, Robert Grafey, Lucas Girdley, Richard Stolzitz, I think, and Jake Painter. You're on deck. Mr. Aylshire, go ahead.
My name is Bill Aylshire. Madam Chair, Senators, thank you for your patience this afternoon. I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 6, and I want to thank Senator Campbell for sponsoring it. I'm a resident of Shady Hollow, you've heard about. I'm also the former tax collector here in Travis County for 5 years. I was the county judge here in Travis County for 12 years. And I'll tell you that the entire time that I was county judge, nor in the term of any of my predecessors as Travis County judge, did we ever annex 1 square foot of property, and we managed to balance our county budget. If you're looking for a case example of predatory annexation, it is the City of Austin's annexation of Shady Hollow. It's about 451 acres, about 1,200 homes. Estimated assessed value about $312 million. By my calculation, their annexation is going to increase the taxes on the homeowners in my neighborhood by over $800,000 a year. We don't elect our MUD board, but that's who they negotiated the strategic partnership agreement. There's no partnership in this agreement. It's an unconscionable contract. We had no bargaining position at all. We have already, through our ESD taxes, our MUD taxes, and our county taxes, and our homeowners association, we paid for all of the amenities out there. The City of Austin did none. My other point would be, if I favored annexation, I want this bill to pass. For nothing else, then we have a negotiating position and some power with the city as it is. We're going to lose services and have an $800,000 increase in taxes. That's not right, and there's nothing in this strategic partnership agreement that gives us anything except less government and more tax.
All right, thank you. Destiny Sardinia.
Thank you. You pronounced my name perfectly.
Oh, thank you. First thing.
I am a military voting veteran, Air Force training instructor, former Air Force training instructor at Lackland Air Force Base. I am not worried about BRAC coming in and closing down any of the bases, joint bases in San Antonio. But I am for this bill. I am against annexation, and we should have the right to vote. As a veteran, that V also means vote, okay? And we represented the United States as veterans, and there are many in here. Also, this rental issue of, maybe tenants can vote. Well, maybe the tenants should be aware that if annexation goes through and taxes go up, guess who's getting their taxes, their rent to go up? The tenant, okay? The property owner will have to raise their rent. Bottom line, vote for this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Nelson.
And Madam Chairman, may I just take this little opportunity
to
thank, and I've noticed other veterans who've come before us, to thank you and all of them. I'm sitting next to one of the most incredible veterans of all time. But thank you for your service to our country.
You're very
and for
welcome,
coming here
ma'am.
today.
Thank you for your support.
Thank you. Tim Maddox, you're next.
I'm Tim Maddox. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee, and I want to thank Senator Campbell for her dogged pursuit of this issue through all the trials and travails. I live in River Place, a suburb of Austin, subject of another predatory practice by the city that seems to love to grab the tax dollars but not provide anything. I've got 4 children, 8 through 13 years old, and I became involved in this issue when I saw our water rates go through the roof. Now, I happen to have a well, so it didn't affect me, but our community of 1,100 homes were dramatically affected. And you might say, water, what's that, 10, 20 bucks a month? No, we're talking hundreds of dollars a month for some empty nesters on fixed incomes or families, some large, 4 is kind of large, I think. And it's destabilizing our community. It's taking money from churches, it's taking money from 529 plans to pay for kids' college. There was real impact here. And as I got into it, I was surprised at the further increases if annexation were to go through in our case on property taxes and electric utility rates. So, our citizens pay gas taxes when they use the roads. We pay sales taxes, as we talked about earlier, when we buy things in the city. We spend money on school property taxes, ESD taxes, and thank you to the county people who provide the great services that cover our community. We have no complaints at all. Don't need anything from Austin in that. And we have a health district tax as well in Travis County. So this characterization of freeloaders who don't want to pay taxes is completely misconstrued. We also don't have a library within 10 miles of our community, nor do we have a police substation within 10 miles as well. So the city has taken no efforts to put in facilities, yet they want to come in and grab, in our case, $3 to $5 million of taxes annually. Well, we've had enough. We want to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Bateman.
Thank you. I'm Jim Bateman. I'm the Vice President of the Shady Hollow Homeowners Association Board of Directors. And I'm here to present 2 resolutions of the board to you today in support of Senate Bill 6. The Shady Hollow mud in the community was started in the 1970s and is composed of 1,200 to 1,400 homes and is a bedroom community in South Austin, almost at the county line. The Homeowners Association members enjoy the services of Shady Hollow Mud and the county and the ESD and Pedernales Electric Co-op. And they were incredulous and came to the board when they found out that the Shady Hollow Mud had signed a SPA with the city of Austin. And the mud informed all the homeowners that they had no say in the matter, they had no vote in the matter, and that the mud had to sign the agreement or else the city of Austin would annex them immediately. Luckily, the SPA puts the annexation date as 2020, so we have a little bit of time. But my homeowners, remember, there are 1,400 of them, were just incredulous. They had no vote in this matter, and they had no say with the city. So the HOA board created a committee and on annexation. I'm the chair of that committee, so I'm bringing these resolutions to you from the HOA in support of Senate Bill 6. And I wanted to personally thank Senator Campbell for bringing this before this body, this special session. We were very happy to see this bill in the regular session, and once we saw that it didn't pass, we jumped on the opportunity to issue these resolutions in support for this legislation. Thank you very much.
Chair?
Yes?
You know, I just want to say, I know I'm the author of the bill, but so many senators have really listened and helped and contributed. So I've got to give credit to my colleagues. You know, they've really also been right there with us.
Thank you. All right, then we have Ronald Robinder.
Good afternoon, Chairman, and especially to Mrs. Campbell here, and the committee as a whole. Appreciate all you're doing. My name is Dr. Ronald C. Robinder. I'm here representing my wife, Elaine, and myself. We've lived in the Wells Branch area for over 20 years. We are retired, so we are on a fixed income, so finances are always of a concern for us. The Wells Branch Mud is an outstanding organization. They provide most of our infrastructure support there in the area, and we really appreciate the staff and the board because they are very responsive. My observation is that the city of Austin is much less responsive to their own citizens, let alone to the people that live in the extraterritorial areas. And so Texas has a long history of support for the right of over our property and so forth, and I'm very glad to see this bill that will continue that tradition. And I urge you to promptly get this onto the floor of the Senate for passage. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks to this group. Y'all can be excused. We'll call up the next group who are on deck. James Wolski, Robert Grafe, Lucas Girdley, Jake Painter. Have a seat up here at the table, and then on deck in the rear should be Alton Moore, Dr. Clay Hadleck or Haslek, I'm not sure, Carla Bowles, Michael Mauser, and Whitney Cutts. All right, Mr. Wolski, are you up here? James Wolski? All right.
Wolski, yeah.
All right, sir, you are recognized. Thank you.
I'm a registered engineer, and I want to get to the why'd we get in this fix, because we've had a pack of liars for the last 8 years or longer in Washington. I just read Scientific American study, more trees, less global warming, right? Not exactly. In fact, it shows that in temperate zones, cutting trees has net zero effect on global warming. Second point, that Wikipedia shows Earth's energy budget, the solar influx coming into this Earth is 173,000 terawatts a day, compared to man's consumption, 18 terawatts. It's a 10,000 to 1 ratio. And it's so small that it's immeasurable. It takes 27 years of man's consumption equal 1 day of solar flux. There's nothing we can do to beat the heat balance of the Earth. If we all die today, the temperature would be the same as if we lived. There's no change. A change is not a change unless it makes a difference. I don't want to ever hear global warming or trees save the Earth. I'm getting hammered by the city right now for engaging in false goals like tree cutting. These are my trees. We do not want anything to do with the city. There's so much graft and corruption in the city. You have to pay off the bosses, and you know, we're going broke shoveling money into the big cities' coffers, and it's 22% higher tax rates. I pay 22% less tax rates than if I belong to the city. Thank you.
Robert Grafe?
It's Graff.
Okay, Robert.
I'm Bob Graff. Glad to be here. Senator Campbell, nice to see you again. And Chairwoman, we appreciate your service. Long day. I just have a couple of things that I'd like to ask for your consideration of after listening to several hours of testimony along with you today. The 500,000 number in brackets, that's got to go. I represent the smallest city that's been here today. We have a couple hundred people in our city. We're one of the newest in the state, the city of Kingsbury, and we're in Guadalupe County. You heard from Cibolo earlier. We're tiny. But you know what? When we had Seguin coming our way and they were threatening to take us over because they wanted a new drainage area, of all things, for our historic area. Well, we had to draw a line in the sand. We did. We created a small city at their ETJ end, but we're still in the fight. And we have not gotten back our rightful historic area. We want it back, and we're still fighting for that. So this legislation helps our cause to give annexation the legal right that it should be. When you read the first paragraph or two in our state constitution, it talks about rights being the same for everybody. I'm concerned about that 500,000 is going to take that away. It's not, we can't say we want rights for everybody and then eliminate a few. There's one other thing. I would like to see you can include the ETJ into some sort of notification. The current statute is silent on that. I'm an example of what happened. My house is in the Seguin ETJ, and I woke up one morning without any notice discovering that after it was voted on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luke Girdley. I'm president of Alamo Fireworks. We're a family-owned business with hundreds of locations throughout Texas. And some properties we own are subject to annexation by the city of San Antonio, which was started right about the time it became clear an annexation bill was going to be part of this special session. This annexation is scheduled to become full purpose on August 31st. Spent over $1 million on a property on Petranco Road on the east side of Bexar County, and improvements that are on the chopping block, and we have no vote, no referendum, and no official response we can give in regard to the current annexation. Therefore, I support SB 6 and ask other landowners and citizens of conscience to support this legislation as well. With the current fast-track annexation, not only would we be put out of business, but our taxes would be raised and our property rights would be reduced by the city. This wouldn't be the first time our property was annexed and a city came to us to tell us what we could and couldn't do with our property. In Red Oak, Texas, we were annexed out of business, and when we tried to sell the property, the city ran off buyer after buyer by using onerous zoning requirements. It took us more than a year to sell this property. Opponents of this legislation may tell you that they need the current process to protect community improvements and provide health and public safety services or provide urban services, whatever that means. Don't be fooled. The latest land grab, our communities on the east and south side of San Antonio, which are in desperate need of services, are being ignored. And why? Because the area would cost the city $10 million a year more than they collect in taxes in the area, according to the city's own studies. It said San Antonio is focusing on areas that would generate more revenue than they would cost. That's what these annexations are about, money. San Antonio is trying to take as much as they can in order to raise revenue for programs that, to the best of our knowledge, would not be used for annexed landowners. SB 6 would create a democratic process so that we can have our say in whether or not the city may raise our taxes and interfere with our properties. And Senator Campbell and other senators, thank you for the bill. And due to this pending legislation or pending annexation, it would be great if the bill could go into immediate effect. But anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Jake Painter?
Hello, my name is Jake Painter. I'm a high school student and future voter here in the Travis County area. First, I'd like to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. But I also want to urge you to vote in affirmation of this bill. Without this bill, we open up Texas citizens to be victims of taxation without representation, like our forefathers fought against. And losing this consent of the governed, one of the founding principles of democracy and our democratic process, would be detrimental to our society. Voting against this bill is giving up your right to a vote. Frankly, the hypocrisy present by those who negate the bill is ridiculous. The fact that you can speak so confidently for others but deny them the right to vote is un-American and un-Texan. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thanks very much to this panel. We appreciate your input. Has everybody testified?
Yeah. My name is Richard Stoysitz, and I'm a resident of Kingwood, and I'm speaking in favor of this bill. And I would like to just relate to you that since 1996, when Kingwood was forcibly annexed into the city of Houston, Kingwood's residents have paid taxes far in excess of the cost of benefits that the city provided. But the most outrageous thing about this annexation is the fact that the residents of Kingwood are subsidizing a sanctuary city. Houston is a known hub for human and drug trafficking, and international cartels, organized criminals, operate in the city. Furthermore, the mayor and the majority of the city council enable this behavior by the transnational gangs. Recently, the mayor and 10 out of the 16 city council members voted to participate in a lawsuit against the Sanctuary Cities bill. The councilmen from Kingwood voted against participation. The residents of Kingwood do not want to be participating in a sanctuary city. Because of this, I'm requesting that a provision be added to this bill that any entity that has been forcibly annexed into a sanctuary city should be allowed to vote to nullify this annexation.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that input. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for our Houston, which we can, hate to call Kingwood Houston. Thank you. Y'all excuse. Next group, Alton Moore, Dr. Clay Hadlick, or Hazlick maybe, Carla Bowles, Michael Mauser, and Whitney Cutts. And then on deck, you'll be up next, Dan Cutts, Kelly Scolpati, Alan Wilson, Joe Palmer, Hannibal Guerra. All right, Mr. Moore.
Hi, I'm Alton Moore, the Hudson Bend Incorporation Committee. We were formed to defend against Austin annexation. I'd speak in support of this bill. We are one of the numerous groups seeking to reform the annexation laws in this state. We find it very distasteful that large cities use their citizens' tax dollars to fight against us in the guise of the TML. We're more than happy with the service we get from ESD 6, represented here a while ago by Chief Abbott, and WCID 17, and Austin cannot hope to match their efficiency, prices, and responsiveness. We find that Austin's blithe assurances that everybody loves getting annexed by Austin to be insulting and condescending. I would tell you how I really feel about Austin, but Senate decorum probably doesn't permit, so I'll conclude my remarks by saying that the assertion by the city of Sugar Land that residents have any substantive involvement in the annexation process is, shall we say, very tenuous. Hundreds of protesters have showed up to big city council meetings only to be annexed 30 seconds later. There's something odd about that. So thanks for having me in this hallowed room.
Thanks for being here. Dr. Clay Hazlitt.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Senators, for working on Sunday. My name is Dr. Clay Haddock, and I am a retired U.S. Army veterinary officer living in Alamo Ranch outside San Antonio. I'm also president of the Northwest 151 Annexation Board, and I'm testifying in favor of SB 6, and it is a bipartisan issue and a voting rights issue. I'd like to list the rationale behind our reasoning for annexation reform and the rationale behind the city's reasoning. Forced annexation will make property owners responsible for cities' already accumulated debt without ever having had a chance to approve its issuance. We have an excellent ESD where I live, with response times at 7 minutes or less on average. And for us older residents living in retirement communities, this is a crucial life and death issue. Everything we've heard has said that the city does not have enough police or fire support, and their response time is greater than that of our ESD, up to 9 minutes. We surveyed our community, and 98% said they want the right to vote. Similar results were obtained from other homeowner associations within Alamo Ranch. Many of us are retirees, live on fixed incomes. Obviously, getting a $1,000 to $1,500 a year tax increase will hurt financially. Active duty soldiers living off base, up to 80% of them do, will be also hurt by being annexed. If you hurt the soldiers and the DOD personnel, you hurt the mission of the military. This is about bullying, government bullying in this case. Bullying is defined as intimidation with superior size and strength. The cities have the size and strength since they can vote on us without approval. Controlled development, that's the city's annexation reform idea. Our area is already well developed, new and planned. There are plenty of areas in the city that are blighted where their monies could be used. Expand the city's tax base, I agree. Now we become their cash cow. That's a little veterinary humor. This is obviously about money, as is evident by the San Antonio fast-track annexation effort currently ongoing. And controlling growth around military bases, boy, is that ever a red herring. Around Fort Sam, you have houses right up to the gates, and I'll skip to the very end. Thank you. So if the city is really good at what it does, people will want to be annexed. So please, I'm supporting, and please pass SB 6. Thank you.
Thank you. Carla Bowles. Carla Bowles. Okay, we'll show them, I guess they were in support. Michael Mauser.
My name is Mike Mauser. I live in the Hill Country Retreat neighborhood of Alamo Ranch. I live in the same neighborhood as Clay. And for the third time I'm up here speaking in favor of an annexation bill. This time it's SB 6. And I want to make sure that this thing doesn't get spun like it did the last time on this military buffer deal. If San Antonio was so concerned about protecting the military, they'd write their own bill, they'd have their own hearing, and I'd be up here testifying in favor of that. And Senator Campbell might even be sponsoring that bill, because we're all in favor of protecting the military. But what they're doing now is they're working overtime, and our neighborhood is halfway. We're 12 miles from Lackland, and we're about 12 miles from Bullis. And they've changed the boundaries of our annexed area and put us next to Lackland. They added a little arm onto our neighborhood. So now we live next to Lackland, even though we live 12 miles from there. So, I mean, there's some strange things going on, and I just don't want you guys to get spun on this military buffer thing. And the only other item I got today after listening to everybody else, if San Antonio would invest the money that they're spending fighting this thing towards better services, I'd want to be annexed, okay? I used to live in Sugar Land, and I had a choice there to whether to live in the city limits or outside, and I chose to live in Sugar Land because of the superior service they offered. But not now. We have an HOA that does all of our city services, and they do a great job. So, and thank you, and Donna's like our adopted senator, because our senator has other priorities. So anyway, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Cutts, Dan Cutts.
Yes, hi, I'm Dan Cutts. Thank you, Madam Chair and members. I'm in favor of SB 6 with thanks to Senator Campbell and colleagues for championing this bill. Communities who are to be annexed should have the right to a vote. A vote will provide an appropriate check on annexation efforts by cities. The City of Austin is in the process of annexing my neighborhood, River Place, in western Travis County. I'm against this annexation because it will increase my taxes and my utility bills, which are painful now that the City of Austin Water has taken over, while reducing the quality of government and utility services I'll receive. I expect to pay about $4,000 more per year for reduced response times and higher utility rates. My water bill has tripled, in fact. I deserve the basic fairness of a vote with my community on this and feel certain my neighbors will reject annexation by the City of Austin. However, we currently have no voice in this critical change. The mayor's and city managers' arguments against SB 6 are incredibly weak. And if their annexation proposals are actually improve the situation of the residents, they will certainly be successful implementing their grand plans through a fair vote. Please listen to the will of the people and pass SB 6 without any grandfathering clauses. Thank you.
All right, thank you. That concludes this panel. Thank you. Did I leave? What is your name, sir?
Hannibal Guerra.
Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead? We'll find your card.
I'd like to thank you, Madam Chairperson, and all you senators, and to you, Donna, a.k.a. Wonder Woman, Campbell. That's what we call you at my house. We've lost hundreds of thousands of lives protecting our freedoms. We've had millions and millions more standing in harm's way in order to protect those freedoms, and including me and my wife. We're to honorable discharge home. And it's real simple. When you try to take a right away from me, like San Antonio is trying to do, it's just un-American. And that's all I have to say. Thank you again.
All right. Thank you very much. Now I think we've done with this panel. Thank you all. We'll call up the people who are on deck. Kelly Scolpati, Alan Wilson, Joe Palmer, Glenn Green, and then on deck, to stand in the back, and we'll get to you ASAP, Harvey Dickens, Robert Brooks, Leland Freeman, and Matthew Dane. Okay, y'all can stand in the back. Kelly Scolpati.
Hi. My name is Kelly Scolpati, and I have lived in River Place since 2000. I will be a senior at Vandergrift High School and next year and a voter. I speak on behalf of most of my community in favor of SB 6 when I say that we did not wish to be annexed into the city of Austin, especially against our will. Since we've been annexed, my family's water bill has gone up astronomically, and we don't even water our lawn anymore. It's absolutely ridiculous. Our already high taxes have gone up just so much. Everything is going up, and it's only because the city of Austin is being greedy and simply wants to eat more taxpayer dollars. We were fine before, and this is absolutely ridiculous. There's a reason we didn't move into Austin in the first place. However, for a moment, let's forget about what terrible effects annexation has had on us and focus on the fact that this is a totalitarian move and it strips us of our rights to vote. This is not American and definitely not Texan. The city of Austin should not be able to jump in and commandeer our money and our rights. To this we say, come and take it because we will fight for it. We deserve the right to have a say. Thanks.
Alan Wilson. Okay, he's not here. Register in support of the bill. Joe Palmer. What is your name? What's his
Joe
name?
Palmer.
Joe Palmer, you're next. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members. Thank you, Senator Campbell. Joe Palmer, representing self, speaking on the bill. Thank you, Senator Campbell, for attempting to give us a voice in the annexation process. There is such a thing as freedom from association. County people don't come to members and lobby for changes to the law that would enable them to force their city neighbors to give up their code compliance, police, or their city. Please embrace your role in preserving the history of self-reliance, agriculture, and rural life, of which many of your Texas neighbors are proud and that they enjoy. If I understood earlier testimony correctly, other states already have elements of this, so to borrow Senator Estes' line from past sessions, we are asking Texas to boldly go where 29 other states have already gone before. Things I appreciate in the bill, Section 16A, striking the $1.6 million bracket. Subchapter C4.5 requires the municipality to provide a schedule of services. However, there is no penalty for cities that do not comply with this. Things I do not like, C4 is a carve-out for the city of Burleson to take over the city of Cross Timbers, or general law municipality that was constructed to stave off the annexation years past. Math can be your friend or it can kill you. The conversation today about the $500,000 bracket and the Tier 1, Tier 2 designation alone is enough to support Senator Schwertner's promised efforts to strike this language. And I applaud him for this, and I understand why it's in there. C4, only one public hearing. We need two, several days apart. Joshua City Council had annexation. They attempted it recently. It failed. C5, city can come back in 1 year after a failed annexation attempt. This is too soon. Why on earth would a person need to be a registered voter in order to have a say in whether or not he or she gets annexed? How about a property tax statement? Joshua City Council meeting. Last Tuesday I attended. There was something on the agenda annexing a piece of land. There were many residents in that piece of land. The vote was 3-3. There were 14 people to speak, 13 against, and the final guy called the city manager the devil incarnate. So I speculate that he's probably against as well. 3-3, it failed. The seventh city council member was not there. It's just a matter of time before they bring it up again. And in conclusion, cities have all these tools and resources to bring people in, give county residents a way out if the city fails to provide what they promise.
Okay,
This is
so
not
you
a money issue.
Need to wrap it up.
I'm almost done, thank you.
Yeah,
This is not a money issue as it has been framed by some. This is a property rights issue. Any system of government, any system of property taxation and property control must require the fully informed consent of the property owner.
I've cut other people off. I'm trying to be fair to everybody, but thank you. And I don't see anyone questions. Thank you very much. Glenn Green. Glenn Green, you can come on up. Senator Campbell? Okay. Well, we can explain to everyone. Yeah. She's going to Business and Commerce, another committee where I assume they need you to vote, I bet. Okay. Mr. Green, that still means we can keep going. That's good. Yeah. And you two, y'all are welcome to step out, I mean, as you've concluded your testimony. Harvey Dickens. We'll see if we can find someone at the table with you. Harvey Dickens. Robert Brooks. Leland Freeman. Oh, you're welcome. Matthew Dane. All right, go ahead, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and the other senators here on the committee, and also to Senator Campbell for introducing the bill and the supporters that she had for it on the committee. My name is Glenn Green. I'm a resident and property owner in Hill Country Retreat out in Alamo Ranch, which is in western Bexar County, Texas. Without going and being repetitive to the things that have been said, I do support SB 6. And the reason I'm sitting here today in front of you, made this decision about 24 hours ago when I heard about this opportunity. There's probably been a half dozen or more, how should I say, more mature couples in the area that I live. And I don't know, they look at me and they realize I'm not quite to their age. And they've confided in me and asked questions, and I help them sometimes just in some financial things. And anyways, the question over the last 6 weeks have become around this annexation issue. First of all, communication is probably the most important thing that is neglected more than anybody else in any company in any city, and it's been real poor at this stage. And I understand there's good reasonings for that at the stages of where this is all at. Bottom line was they each, in their own private way, asked me, help me understand what this means and what is it going to cost me. These folks are on fixed budgets. And fixed budgets doesn't mean they haven't had successful careers. In my opinion, it means they're good financial planners and they think ahead. And each one of these folks, believe me, have had fantastic careers. Our children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren would all learn something by looking at these people's careers. I sit down with them, and they've showed me their tax receipts, their assessed values. Bottom line, it means upwards of $200 a month to each one of these folks. And the reason that I came here is because each one of them said, help me understand, how do I pay $200? What do I give up? Do I quit tithing to the church? Do I quit doing this? What do I do? And then after that conversation, the only thing they asked, will I be able to vote?
Okay. Thank you, sir. I think you've made your point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Harvey Dickens?
Yes, I want to thank the senators for allowing me to testify, and I want to thank Senator Campbell for all her work that she's done on this bill. My name is Harvey Dickens. I live at the Hill Country Retreat in the Alamo Ranch area outside of San Antonio. I'd like to say that, and I support SB 6, the current annexation laws are antiquated. What's happening now, the cities, you hear testimony from representatives of cities that say that they need forced annexation to control growth, but what's actually happening, they're waiting for the areas outside of the city to develop, and once they're fully developed, then they have forced annexation. And again, the residents that are in the forced annexation have no right to vote. We've had representatives of county emergency services personnel come to our meetings, talk about the response time. We have excellent response time from county services, and if we are annexed in the city, response times are going to be a lot longer because the city emergency services are a lot further away from our community. There has also been no one from city government coming to our community and our meetings to explain the benefits of annexation. I've heard them come to committee meetings at the state capitol telling us that it's a benefit, so why don't they come to our community and tell us directly what the benefits might be? Another recent item on the news is that in Bexar County, there's a lot of senior citizens moving into the area. That's actually a plus because senior citizens do not cause any impact on local school districts. But the important thing for senior citizens is that you're on a fixed income, and over time, the longer you're retired, the less purchasing power you have, and a forced annexation would cause a 25% increase in the real estate taxes for senior citizens. Thank you.
Just so I heard, so you're saying when they have these meetings that they don't send city representatives to sell the position?
That's correct. We have questions because we're a gated community. We don't know if the city is going to take care of our roads. We don't know if the city is going to even collect our garbage.
Yeah, if you want answers to those questions, then you have to try to call the city or try to get that information. I mean,
right, and city representatives have been invited to our meetings.
And Mr. Green, you agree with, you've had that experience.
Right, and we haven't seen them in our meetings.
Wow, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, Harvey Dickens? That was you, sorry, I've got so many cards. Robert Brooks. Robert Brooks, not here, but was for the bill. Leland Freeman? All right, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
The
members.
two of you can get up and go if you want to, because we're good. Okay, sorry, go ahead, Leland.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. My name is Leland Freeman from Austin, Texas. I'm in favor of SB 6 for the aforementioned reasons, the increased property taxes on those that have been forcibly annexed with the reduction of government services. In fact, it's almost impossible to get this annexation reversed. There's only one instance that I am familiar with of an annexation that was actually reversed to the courts, and that was the subdivision where my attorney lives in northern Hayes County, and they were able to successfully argue that after the city of Austin annexed them, that they provided zero city services, and part of the deal with the ruling is that the city would have had to supply the services where they would had the ability to re-annex that particular subdivision. That subdivision took the preemptive measure of actually entering into the city of Hayes' extra-jurisdictional territory, ETJ, to prevent them from further attempts from the city of Austin to re-annex them. And I'm seeing that a lot of these people that live in these MUDs, they don't want to even have to go through that aspect of either entering into another city's ETJ or incorporating that. They were perfectly happy living where they were in an unincorporated portion of the county. And I yield the rest of the time for any questions, and I am very much in favor of this bill.
Right. Then the last person we have is Matthew Dane. Last card. Matthew Dane, are you here? Matthew Dane, okay, he's for the bill, but I guess he gave up on us. All right, is there anyone else who wants to testify? It's all my cards. On, for, or against Senate Bill 6. Closed public testimony. We will bring back up Senate Bill 5 because we held public testimony open to make sure that we got to our 4 o'clock time period for registration. Is there anyone who wants to testify on, for, or against Senate Bill 5 who has not had an opportunity to do so? No one in the chamber. Public testimony is closed. Okay, members, as soon as we get a quorum, we will vote these bills. There's Senator Creighton. We have a motion in writing for Senator Zaffarini. We need Senator... We got a... Okay, so we have 5. Oh, we're good. Okay. We're good. Okay. Senator Lucio leave a motion in writing? Oh, there he is. Perfect. Okay. Members, I'm going to bring back up Senate Bill 5. Senator Hughes moves that Senate Bill 5 be reported to the full Senate with a recommendation it do pass and be printed. Clerk, call the roll.
Birdwell? Creighton? Estes? Lucio? Nelson? Schwartner? Zaffarini? Hughes?
Aye.
Huffman?
Aye.
8 ayes.
8 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 5 will be reported favorably to the full Senate. Now the chair brings back up Senate Bill 6. Senator Creighton moves that Senate Bill 6 be reported favorably to the full Senate with a recommendation it do pass and be printed. Clerk, call the roll.
Birdwell? Creighton? Estes? Lucio? Nelson? Schwartner? Zaffarini? Hughes? Huffman?
Aye.
7 ayes.
7 ayes, 1 no. Senate Bill 6 will be reported favorably to the full Senate with a just be reported favorably to the full Senate. We also have a motion in writing from Senator Zaffarini who wants to be shown voting aye on Senate Bill 5 and nay on Senate Bill 6 will not change the outcome. Any objection? So order. That's entered. Members, that concludes our business today. We stand in recess subject to the call of the chair. Thank you.